Okay, now it's live. Um, I'm a bit late to this, especially by UK time. It's like fucking nearly 3 on the next day. So I do apologize, but I'm here in my unstable lateness. I'm here for Trans-Remembrance Day, a day to commemorate those that have fallen victim to violence against trans people all over the world and to show remembrance. Um, um, sorry that everything is a mess. Very busy and in a crisis at the same time. So the time slot I should have been doing this, I had passed out like a brick. Um, uh, I not as prepared as I should be for this. I don't have the 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 typical setup people have for this. I don't have a list of names to read. I'm more so going to be getting into the aspects of trans violence and the struggles that we have bereft us because I feel that the political element of this needs to be heavily outspoken, as many of us already have been outspeaking in real life and in the deep dark scopes of the interwebs. Um, I um I have Gabrielle with me who's gonna help keep my sanity in some way, shape, or form. If I have any left.
Don't worry, I got you, comrade. Don't worry. Also, you accidentally said Gabrielle. It's Gabriella.
The fuck, like it's so similar names. It's,
It is. They are very similar names.
can I just cheat and call you Gabby?
No, yeah, no, yeah, of course. I mean that's why I always tell people you can call me Gabby, you can call me Ari, or you could call me Adelita.
Yeah, I'm
Either
name
one.
fluid as well. I'm just making a concoction of a drink. A little bit of whiskey, not too much, because I'm being like I'm being a fucking like what's the word? I'm being cheap about it because I'm running out and it costs surprisingly enough it costs money. Fucking costs like nearly
A
20
lot of
quid.
it.
Also, people need to try this. Mix your fizzies. Oh, you're missing out. Like, especially get like
What
flavored
is that?
fizzy and mix it with Coke, because like, and I mean actual Coke, not like other cola. Like, I'm not a Coke only gal, but I do like the Coca in it. Like, um, they may have. It is very obvious that it's not the psychoactive effects I'm after because they removed that long ago. But the Coca and Coca Cola just gives it a taste that I just don't think the other colas have. Because Pepsi's more of a caramel, but Coca Cola is more of a, well, for lack of a better word, cocaine taste.
It's fucking, Pepsi's like an actual fucking in a weird way, it's like Pepsi is more like the actual soda, but Coca-Cola is basically just fucking acid. Basically.
Oh no, they're both made from very similar products. It's just rather than
Oh no,
using
I know.
like Coca Cola uses cocaine leaf in its cola mix. That's why like they're the only company that actually legally can handle cocaine in America. Well, as far as we know.
As far as we know.
It's what a lot of their death squads are doing in South America, protecting their cocaine
Yep.
fields. Okay, so 2023 has been quite a wild year, especially with it being quite off the back of 2022. Like the Palestinian situation we're seeing right now, a lot of people think that shit's out of nowhere, but like
No, this is
Israel was
brewing for years.
agitating them really hard last year, and we had the formulation of the Intifada in reaction to bombings, like, and increased agitation from the IDF, and so this was
Exactly.
already laced down as a possible threat to the IDF, as like a yo, back the fuck off. Um,
Right?
and similar thing we can see with trans violence. Trans violence this year has taken a massive increase all over the world, not just in the first. And we can see a direct link to agitations from the year before. More and more, we're becoming a political scapegoat, a product of quote unquote Jewry, and being tied in with anti-Semitic tropes associated with grand control and takeover of white male society. Um, it's these indicted fucking accusations and transgressions that are helping advance those that catch these dog whistles and whistle back and go and commit major crimes, because the average person, they're not really into picking up a gun and shooting trans people, even if they have some fucking like back ass ideas, not to be confused with front ass, about trans people. Like, a lot of them are just like, is what it is. I mean, their ideas are still shit, but they're kind of just passive about it. They'll be transphobic when they meet a trans person, but they don't make it their hyperfixation. They hear someone
They're
use they,
basically
them, they
just
don't have a fucking meltdown. But there are a select
right.
few people whom do operate like that, and you get a fair share of people like this all across the classes, but it is certainly a much more common thing amongst the labor aristocracy and the petty bourgeoisie. And there is a core reason as to why these things occur with those two classes, or I should say, those two intermediary classes. And that is the scapegoatism. They need an answer. They already know the real one is capitalism, but they need an answer for why their class has been dwindling over the last 30 years. And that answer lies in capitalism, but they want capitalism whilst also seeming anti-capitalist. This is the measure of fascists. They push an anti-capitalism so that they can push a more destitute and reactionary form of capitalism, barbarism, as Engels put it. And everyone ascribes that to fucking Rosa Luxemburg. She just copied Engels. The socialism
Which
of
is
barbarism
ridiculous.
thing, that was Engels. Like, it wasn't. A lot of people think it was Rosa. Um, and Fascism is definitely a system of the bourgeoisie. Don't get it confused. A lot of you get some fucking people that get all antsy when you point out petty bourgeois and like in general middle class influence on fascism, but it's definitely still a system led by the bourgeoisie. It definitely is a direct and much more brutal dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, but it is a class collaborative effort usually. There are forms of fascism that are actually more directly just the bourgeoisie, but that's getting a little more complicated than where I want to go with this. Um, the labor aristocracy and the petty bourgeoisie have an interest for proving why they're crumbling and how to solve it, and that pushes for a radical counter revolutionary drive, one that will push key members of the petit bourgeoisie into the bourgeoisie, but not in the liberal way that the petty bourgeoisie perceives their rise. In liberalism, the petty bourgeoisie most commonly perceives their rise through gaining more capital and becoming a bigger capitalist. That drive to be a musky boy, um, uh, the Muskettes. But the what we see with fascism is the drive is to get petty bourgeois people to lead the political sector of the bourgeoisie, which is a complicated bunch of fuckers nonetheless. The bourgeois intelligentsia or aristocracy, whatever fancy words you want to put with it. It's the political framework of the bourgeoisie, the politicians, your 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 Lord Camerons, your Tony Blairs, your Lord Gaddens, people like that. Um, and that's where you get your Hitlers, your Mussolinis, people like that, people who don't traditionally come from the big bourgeoisie, but eventually do become big bourgeoisie. Hitler was a millionaire by the time he was the leader of Germany, with all the money he was getting from capitalists. But he wasn't a property owner, but he definitely was bourgeois at that point in time. And so this assailment is done for a radical means of struggle, and there has to be a scapegoat because if you can't blame the system, well, it's quite hard to turn around and then blame the entire workforce because you won't win. You need the working class to take over a system. We saw this with the way the Nazis, with the way the Italians manipulated the proletariat. It's quite important to keeping cohesion that they have a collaborative effort within the classes to keep the proletariat subjugated, make the proletariat feel like they're getting a fair deal whilst then treating them like slaves. Nazi Germany is a good place to study in this regard. They made it through their propaganda. They made it seem like they were giving the proletariat a wonderland. Turns out, if you're not a labor aristocrat, wasn't wasn't so wonderful. Um, you were worked to pig shit. You certainly were doing better than minorities were, but that's that sad veil of white supremacy where it's like, oh, my life is pure shite, but at least it's not as pure shite as the people I'm quote unquote supreme to. It's like, oh god, fucking crumbling into the dust. So
Exactly, and that's the whole point.
trans people, Jewish people, black people, gay people, the lowest sector of the proletariat, the lumpenized proletarians, easy targets. Easy targets to either manipulate, which we see fascists do with the lumpen proletariat a lot. They take advantage, especially the labor aristocrats, exclude the lumpen from struggle, and they take advantage of that despisal that does exist in the middle class for the lumpen, and so they use the lumpen like stormtruppen, which is actually how they did with the SA. A lot of lumpen that were brought into the SA were brought into this idea that they would be taking an overly radical approach to this national socialism in quotation marks. Is taking advantage of what Lenin pointed out was the overly revolutionary to the point of dangerous elements that exist in the homeless, like in the lower classes. That revolutionary drive that leads to desperate activity that needs to be tamed. The Nazis don't tame it. What they do is they send it wild, fill it with lies and bullshit, twist your head around left, right, and center. I've been manipulated like this before. I know exactly how that game works, and they all fucking drive you into doing the most like aggressive forms of radical action because you're devoted to having a new and better world that you can't see past their shit as they spin it round in webs and they get you caught on the end of their finger. And that's how a lot of the ranks of the SA were formed. It was also part of the reason why they wanted to shut the SA down when they were able to build the SS from a much more privileged crop. Um, there's a whole slew of shit to go into with the divisionary between the SS and the SA and how that all went down, and it's not really the topic of this stream. And so what you see is this targeting of trans people has an intrinsic tie with fascism. It's not like because the everyday person is not going to just go pick up a shotgun and shoot trans people. They're not gonna just bring like stabbing stuff like that. You have to have some form of twisted perspective on it. You even need to be a really awful person in general, like you're just a shithead. But really, what's more expressible is the political element. People attack us because they feel politically threatened by our existence. That begs you to question why. Why would someone feel politically threatened by AMAB people becoming female and AFAB people becoming male? Intrinsically, especially with like the non-binary aspects of being trans. Um, Shout out to all those non-binary folk. Is that it shatters the normative understanding of gender. It shatters the patriarchal expectation of men because
The binary.
yeah, the binary, but also the supremacy of men over women, which has always been frail because, like, for what advantages it does give for people in the lower class to exploit women, which definitely does happen, and it's not reduced that. Those men
Right.
in the working class that exploit women are like almost in the exact same boat. It's one of those ridiculous elements. It's quite similar to racism, where like a lot of white working class people are being like racist as fuck, and it's like, bro, you're more shoulder to shoulder to them than you are with the white petty bourgeoisie. Maybe you might want to wake up. Um,
Exactly. And that's the thing that they use. That's how they get these people to do the most heinous actions by making them feel as if they are superior than them and relating more to the bourgeois than their actual fellow worker due to the secondary contradiction of capitalism, and b, as you said, as you were talking earlier, they use them as scapegoats. Oh, why were you kicked out of your house? Oh, the government is giving all your houses to immigrants. Oh, why have your wives and partners left you? Oh, because the queer people, they're taking away your wives. That's what they do, because no average fucking person is actually going to fucking go out and shoot fucking trans people. They have to subtly implant it in these people's heads that the reason why the material conditions are so bad is because of these marginalized groups. And it's one of the things where these conservatives are really good at, is that they 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 tell the truth about the effect, but they lie about the cause. The best kind of lie is the kind that has a little bit of truth in it. Like, for instance, I saw this fucking video of fucking Tucker Carlson explaining exactly as you were saying, Comrade Kara, of how everyone, how every working class person in the world, regardless if they are white or non-white, is facing poverty and oppression, which is objectively true, But instead of saying the reason why that's the case is because of capitalism, instead he said the reason why this is the case is because of BLM. It's because of the queer community. It's because of it's because of X, Y, and Z marginalized group. That's what the fucking fascists get to these people's heads. They get to their heads that the reason why so much suffering is being caused is because of these groups. And by killing these groups, somehow everything will magically become better and we will no longer be in a capitalist society, when the whole point is to literally get them to think that in order to make the petty bourgeois capitalist. That's the
yeah,
whole damn point.
it's a
It's
grind
literally
set in a way. Like the petty
it's literally
bourgeoisie are utilizing divide to sow this false sense of unity when
Exactly. It's literally divide and conquer, literally. But it's basically divide and conquer sprinkled as unity. Kind of similar to social fascism or revisionism, how they portray and claim themselves as Marxists when in actuality they're counter revolutionaries and completely reject dialectical materialism and scientific socialism. That's basically what fascism is. It's essentially the illusion of unity, the illusion of choice, the illusion they actually have something better, when in actuality it's completely the antithesis of it. What makes you think that it is that, essentially?
yeah, um an illusion of assailancy. Essentially, it's like
Upward mobility.
rather than offering the meritocracy, fascism will instead say where you are is like divine. You have a divine purpose as a worker. If you become more than a worker, then that was your divine purpose to grow that way. If you don't, well, you will live and die a worker. And a lot of people accept this. Like a good chunk of people will go, all right, but for the construction of this quote unquote national socialism, that is a worthy sacrifice on my part that will build this quote unquote better world. A lot of people get caught up in this thing thinking a great thing will come out of it. And this doesn't justify their bad actions at all, but a lot of people believe that they're going to get a better world, and that better world involves terrorizing others and stomping over them, divide and conquer. And it's on this false sense of unity, it's on this idea that, oh, but if we band together as the quote unquote nation, which usually doesn't even imply the nation as a whole, like Germany's a complex example. The Jews of Germany, except the ones that had escaped from Russia that were still like Russian and Ukrainian and Polish and
Belarusian.
Belarusian and Romanian Jews in Germany, they obviously did have a different nationality, but many of the Jews were German. Germany had a massive Jewish population.
Exactly.
Surprising, many of them even wanted to be there because this is not the first time Germany has, or any part of Europe really, France, Britain. There's a lot of situations in history that you could call a Holocaust. Like when Jews were being burned alive and thrown down wells during the Black Death, when they were used as a scapegoat for the plague, when really it was
And
the
Roma
Italians'
people.
fault. I'm just joking.
Yep. And Roma people, especially, and that fucking racial slur that I'm not gonna say how Roma people, were fucking were being demonized and dehumanized and being fucking genocided in France because obviously due to different spirituality and religious beliefs and the state wanting to uphold the interests of the ruling class and their specific racial hierarchy, they demonized and dehumanized and siphoned the resources of the Roma people within France by antagonizing them and making it seem as if what they were doing, the poverty that was being caused, it was all due to their quote unquote black magic and so on and so forth.
Yeah, what's it? I mean, as someone who's like of the fucking diaspora, the Irish diaspora in the UK, um, we get slurred as gypsies as well. I got the G
Mm-hmm.
card, so I can say it. Um, uh, what's it? Because like a good majority of us come from travelers. Like, it's the way that like a lot of us came in here, and like being a traveler, Roma or Irish, it's not like it's some innately spiritualistic thing. Like, there's definitely like
Exactly.
a lot of religious stuff that does occur in those groups.
But it's an ethnic
Like
group.
you can find a lot of Catholics in Irish travelers. You can find a lot of Roma spiritualists and pagans in Roma travelers. You can also find Roma Catholics as well. And you can find a lot of Irish people that have spiritualistic, pagan connections in the traveler community. What you can also find as well are Irish Roma travelers. Um,
Or atheist.
at the end of the day, we need to reclaim the word gypsy because, like, it used to be associated with us in a much lighter light. I mean, well, more so with the Roma in that regard. It's one of those terms we should be reclaiming, not allowing it to be fucking used as this beating point against us. And anyone using it that is not us, we should bite their fucking tongue off. But this sort of angle is all about scapegoats, and so I feel that's like a core thing that people need to like understand with the trans terror and all that shit that's being pushed by the right. It's very specifically a scapegoat, and that most people don't tend to hate us. A lot of people just don't even have an opinion. They've never really met someone that's trans, and it's like, okay, fair enough. If you've not heard anything, time to change your entire worldview on gender. But a lot of people, they know, and they either don't care because it doesn't affect them, liberalism as it be, or they know and they probably do have some empathy for us, but they don't know enough. And so a lot of ignorance is blinding people or causing people to look at things from a fragmented or dislocated perspective. Um,
Exactly.
and what we need to do to change that is we need to engage with people more. Trans people need to be brought to the forefront in these kind of engagements as well. Communist organizations and general mass formed organizations, things that aren't necessarily communist but are pushing for a good movement forward, need to be putting trans people at the forefront of this. It is definitely very great to also have people that aren't trans speaking on these matters, but highlighting our voices, bringing them to the forefront is much, much more important. But these things do need to happen in tandem.
Exactly. Especially because when it comes to combating and uprooting a specific kind of contradiction, a oppression of capitalism, the people that are going to be able to combat, uproot, and purge it, both externally and internally, are going to be the people that are oppressed by it. Like as you said, it's very important that non-trans and non-queer people in general are talking about this, but it shouldn't be a thing where it overshadows the voices of those who are actually oppressed by this form of exploitation and oppression. Only the people that are actually experiencing it, combined with a scientific and dialectical analysis of it, can truly combat it and engage with uprooting these contradictions through
But
cultural revolution education, you
it
know?
comes in unison. We're certainly not a big enough group to take on everyone on our own.
Of course. Of
That's
course.
what I
With
mean.
help, of course, with help.
It's in tandem. These things happen in tandem. It is definitely very important for those people to speak, but not
Of
speak
course.
for us. Speak with
Or over
us.
us.
Um, and so one of the important things to look at in all this is also it's about perspective. If people just hear a lot of white dudes in a communist party talking about the importance of trans issues, but there isn't a trans person in sight, it might start to look like tokenism. It might not actually
Exactly.
push things in the right direction because those people might have a limited perspective. They might support the struggle, but they don't actually know much on it because they might not have met someone themselves. It's very important that, especially comrades, actually interact with trans people and learn what the experience and the struggle is. It's the same with any minority group. Like, if you're going to talk about black issues, it's not that you need to find an black person and then learn the pantheon of black struggle. It doesn't work like that. That would be tokenism. It's more that you need to branch out and engage with many people from many backgrounds of the community and really learn directly, because it's important to read the fucking shit out of literature. You'll learn a lot, but you're going to learn so much more if you also then go and meet with people and don't come in trying to be a fucking know-it-all because you've read some books about us. At the same time, what we say isn't an automatic truthism either. It's important that this comes together in a collage. We come to understand each other, we learn from each other, and as you learn from many people, you will be able to grow as a Marxist in your understanding of these things. And heck, if we're not even around, you could speak on it so fluently that people will know you know what you're saying. At the same
Exactly.
time, you'll have those connections that we can be brought in. A communist party that has, black voices, trans voices, but also white working class voices. Black, no, a lot of people get into this ansiism of oh, you're excluding the white working class. It's like, no, we're giving them the proper platform that they can actually espouse their needs. Um, it's all of us together. Like the working class struggle has to show its intersectional diversity, otherwise it will burn itself into the ground.
Exactly. We have to combat all of these contradictions of capitalism. Not some of them, not most of them, all of them. Because if one is left to fester, then it will just lead to the reformation of the primary contradiction, and we won't be able to fully move class struggle and the movement forward to a dictatorship of the proletarian, eventually to a classless, stateless, moneyless society. And it's also important to add on to this that when it comes to all of these oppressions, all of these contradictions of capitalism, racism, misogyny, queerphobia, ableism, and so on and so forth. These contradictions are not separate from one another. They're not, they're not individual phenomenon that have no relation to one another. No, they are interconnected and interlinked in some way, shape, or form. And a lot of times, these contradictions are interconnected and interlinked. And it's very important that we include and that we also discuss not just people that face this oppression alone, but people that experience multiple of these secondary contradictions all at once. Because, like, for instance, as I said before to you, Kara, I am neurodivergent, right? I have ADHD and autism. I faced ableism my entire life, but there are certain facets of ableism that I am not aware of, or that I may never even face, or that I may never even face ever in my life, because of my white privilege, because of the fact that I am not oppressed by the racial hierarchy, whereas a colonized trans person has a better understanding on how these two oppressions are interconnected and interlinked, and how they show themselves a lot of the time. So it's very important that we also talk to and really delve into how these contradictions interlink, how they show themselves, and talk to people who are oppressed by multiple of these contradictions and forms of oppression,
Yeah. It comes into the way experience works. One individual, you're never going to get some like supreme position out of. No person individually has the answers to anything or everything, no matter what experiences they
Not a
have.
monolith.
But experience is the pathway to genuine knowledge. To learn any of these things, you have to learn from the communities in which these things come from, down and deep into the struggles of the people.
Exactly. It's both theory and praxis. It's the implementation of theory through struggling with people and learning alongside them that you improve and gain conceptual knowledge of Marxism, dialectical materialism, scientific socialism, and 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 in some way, shape, or form, when it comes to people who hold privilege within a capitalist imperial society, in some way, shape, or form, they will have to betray their class interests and struggle alongside other oppressed groups to gain this experience and engage in organizing and class struggle through their guidance.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's all about learning about the world around us. Dialectical materialism is the tool for understanding and figuring out the world. It is,
Right on.
it is the universality of contradiction. But the,
Exactly.
and so that involves us learning what is in motion and how can we change its direction. But
Exactly. How to turn to its opposite.
but um Flashy says in the comments, the CPI uses tokenism on this very question. There are a couple of trans women in the CPI, and people like to point to that to deny Caleb is transphobic. I mean, that is a really commonality for a lot of people that are trying to push slightly more socialized fascism. Or it's like, oh, well, we're not the ones that want to kill the trans people while they literally associate themselves with anti-trans Christians. It's just like, shit. Fucking, like, what's it? Content warning, sexual manipulation. And they haven't called it an assault, but I it feels like it was an assault of the. It feels like they were taken advantage of in this situation, where that Keaton Manspread, the cowboy hat dude, surname's actually Mansfield, but I gotta come up with a funny name for all these people, otherwise I'll lose my mind. Um, he like so like they were staying at this place, and like
Mm-hmm.
him and Yankee Tanky was sharing a bed, and like the trans lass was sleeping on the floor, and like so Keaton, someone who wants to become a priest. Now priests aren't meant to sleep with anyone at all. Um, used her like a practice girl, basically. Like
What the
when
fuck?
Yankee gave her the bed, they ended up fucking, but then Keaton still continued to double down on anti-trans shit, and it's just like, even fucking when Yankee actually did come out against Keaton and Caleb before he retracted his assailement against them, actually pointed out that he was virulently anti-trans in his conversations with him, and then like he saw it as a betrayal. He saw it as Keaton like betraying their side, but this is the common thing with fascists. They sexually manipulate and abuse us. They see us as tools to
Sex toys.
practice on and like get their control of the protected class of women under keep, because poor like white women, especially those that are in prostitution, black women and colonized women in general, trans women, we're all considered the underclass of women, the women that are meant to be put in place and abused in a much more explicit way. While with the protected class of women, their oppression is much more implicit and has a lot more privilege entwined into it. It's still oppressive. It is still patriarchal, but their treatment is much better than ours. And this is like this shit goes way back with patriarchy. It's something that goes back to the days of Egypt, where to give the workers like the this would have been the people that looked after the slaves, not so much the slaves themselves, because the way that work worked in Egypt was quite complicated. They would have brothels basically, so those people could go enjoy themselves with women and live the pharaoh's life, and that's been something that is repeated in class society ever since. There might even be an earlier form of this back in the Mesopotamian era or anything like that, but I don't have any information to state. Maybe someone can
Probably
pull some out
was.
their ass in the comments. Who knows? But um, uh, fucking don't pull it out too quick. You might give yourself a sore ring. But the uh, always lube up your facts. But the fucking so like this like expectation of there being a sect of women that don't require the same kind of like um what would be the word, I'm saying this coyly. I'm saying that patriarchy is actually chivalrous, but in quotation marks, chivalrous behaviors that are not expected of this type of women. The idea that
or
they're not the people you have to overpower and protect, they're just people you have to overpower. And that overpowerment doesn't have to meet to a certain standard. It just has to be brutal. It has to be controlling. It has to put them in place, disconnect them from all the people they care about, make them a surrogate of you if it's an actual relationship, or you're a prostitute
exactly.
and they'll beat the shit out of you and sexually assault you. Like,
It's kind of like chivalrous, but like not another term you could use is objectification.
yeah, it is
Objectifying.
objectification, but it is different types.
Yeah, exactly. It's a different type of object. Fucking hell, I can't fucking English today. It's a different form of objectification where when it comes to cis women, they're seen as
Well,
the
not
more
cis
the more
women as a whole. It's only a certain
right,
specific type of middle class white women that are considered the protected class of women.
right.
Because cis black women aren't considered protected. Neither are a lot of the cis
No,
lower
yeah.
class.
Oh no,
Um,
yeah.
it's all related to meeting a certain type of standard, and
Status quo.
well, not so much about whether it's status quo or not. It's just about meeting a certain type of expected standard of women, like
Right.
submissive, controllable, like someone that you can
Gullible.
implicatively control, so you don't have to like explicitly come down on them like a ton of bricks. Well, the belief with the underclass is that they have to be brutalized. Like trans women and black women have the same position thrown at us that we need to be put in our place because there's an aggressive masculine element to our existence that needs to be like toned and tamed.
Quote
um
unquote refined.
uh and like there's also that element that hits both well, it hits all of the class of women, that we're all considered to be like, the dirty beggar side of things, that we're more aggressive and radical in our actions because we're so destitute and at tither's end, and so those elements then have to be considered to be tamed. And we're also seen as somewhat that can be shown as an example. This is common in capitalist society, it's common in class society. There is always an example to show those that have a little more privilege than the rest to shut the fuck up and wind your neck in. Like, you don't want to become us, so wind your neck in. And so the protected class of women, they're expected to wind their neck in. Like, you don't want to be like those sissies I fucking beat the shit out of. So wind your neck in and go and fucking make me some food kind of fucking mindset. And people might think, oh, that stuff's past now. Like, no, it hasn't. Maybe for
Nope.
a lot of middle class people, it's not very explicit anymore. But you should come into the lower class sometime and see the way men treat women down here. It's not because like there's some intrinsic like grisliness to the way lower class people treat women. It's because of the perspective these men are given of their fucking fellow lower class women that they are shoulder to shoulder to. It's a way of them trying to like espouse themselves as more like the middle class crowd. These men want to be seen more from that element of respectability, and so they do as a middle class man would do with a lower class woman, and they be quite subjugative and objectify them. This isn't a like for every fucking bloke ever. I know some good men in the lower class, but this is a common problem with patriarchy, and that does lead to oppressed women in the lower class, especially those of minority groups, to be heavily mistreated and what's it uh, causes the sort of more general elements of the oppression, not the whole trans genocide stuff. That's a more another element. The more like general beating down on you oppression of just existing in capitalism as a minority, or in general just as a woman in the lower class, you have to meet with this brutal expectation that you will shut the fuck up and wind your neck in. Because
And just obey.
I'm glad I used my dad as an example of what not to be when I grew up. Because his views on women, he would openly tell me and my brother, were disgusting. Yeah, my dad's dreadful when it comes to like matters on women. He doesn't speak about it much, but you can tell in a lot of his actions. Um, and like
Oh
when
no,
I
yeah,
told him I was
my
trans, he didn't even respond to me. He went fucking, kind of a bit of a coward move. Rather than taking the piss out of me to me, he didn't text me back or ring me to take the piss out of me. He just went to my sister and took the piss out of me to her. Um, bravado and the braveness of men. They really got their
fuck.
shit together. Um, and yeah, it's that like toxic masculine element that has them see themselves as like the supreme protectors of women, but at the same time they seem to despise women. Can't make their mind up. I like they'll go like I love real women as to be racist to black women and transphobic to trans women. But at the
Exactly,
same time,
but
they hate the women they even like. They're so fucking misogynistic in how they interact with women. They're so despiseful. They don't want to hear women speak. They don't want to engage. They want to have a good time. Um, super straight.
so my fucking god. Don't even get me started when that whole fucking thing happened. I love actual real women, and it's something that I always bring up to men who are toxic masculine. I always ask them, okay, what is a quote unquote real women to you? And they always say the typical fucking answer, oh, it's a woman who can give birth. Well, what about women who have menopause? What about women who can't give
There are women that are
birth?
even
Are they
born
not
without
real
a
women?
fucking without ovaries. There are women that are born with
Exactly.
incomplete uteri. Like
Exactly. There are women who are exactly there are women who are not born with a reproductive system yet they're still classified as women under the gender binary. What
even
about
I've
them?
even seen Christo fascists, Baptists acknowledge this. Like, it was kind of like they were doing it while still trying to be transphobic. That's the funny part. But they like were acknowledging that like there are women that don't have like can't get pregnant, so we can't define like being a woman based off being able to get pregnant. And I'm like, you're so close to pulling the aglet on your stupid ideas.
You're
Pull harder.
so
Go
you're
on.
you're so fucking close. You're so fucking close. But but that's the thing. That that that's the thing. These toxic masculine men can be as inclusive as they want as to quote unquote what is a real woman, and even still they'll leave someone out. They can be as inclusive as they want. They can add as many terms as they want as to what defines a real fucking woman. But at the end of the day, they're always gonna leave someone
Well,
out.
a
Someone
man
is always
can't
gonna left behind.
define what a woman is. That like a woman can't define what all women are either. Like it's a very like personal matter. Like how do you relate to
Fluid.
being a woman? Because like
Exactly. Exactly.
gender doesn't really exist on a binary. We just made a binary up. It's very
Exactly.
it's very what's it
Fluid.
spectral. Especially sex as well is the
Exactly.
same. Sex is on a spectrum. And you could argue
Exactly.
that
It's never.
the binary works as poles, but a lot of people would think those poles would be just at either end of it, where it's more like you have the center, then you have the pole in the middle, either side to what goes out, and then there's spillage on the other side. Being non-binary doesn't just mean you exist between male and female. You could be more
No.
feminine than the average woman and like own that shit and still be a non-binary woman. So
Exactly.
um the
Like,
diversity of gender is major, um and so um
and it's this thing that it's a thing that's so important. What is considered masculine or feminine has been changing throughout human history hundreds of thousands
it's
of times. Heels were originally a masculine thing. They were seen as something for men. Fedoras, and fedoras were originally seen as a feminine thing, but then they became more masculine. What's considered feminine or masculine is all interpersonal and how it personally makes you feel. If you feel like a fucking dress makes you feel more masculine, then that's valid.
and own that
Get
shit, fucking move to
own
Scotland,
it.
get a kilt. um
Exactly. Like get a kill, get makeup, get fucking heels. Like, it doesn't matter. It's just how you personally feel and how you personally want to express your gender identity and and where you fall on 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 the spectrum. Gender does not exist in a binary. It exists on a spectrum. It exists on a fluid. It's always been fluid. I mean, hell, I mean, hell, even the straightest guy on planet and I've said this
The super
before,
straight.
and, and I've said this before many times. Even the straightest guy on planet Earth has had at least one gay thought.
I mean, I
like
literally had like a Muslim friend admit that like he wasn't really fond on LGBTQ plus stuff, but he's one of those types where he's like he supports our rights because he supports like any person existing, but he still like fundamentally disagrees. But at the same time, admitted that like it's like he was like, yeah, it's normal for guys to find male bodies attractive because all bodies are beautiful, and I was like, you're so close, you're really so close to getting it because like at that point, it's like, okay, well, if you can justify them being beautiful, why then, in the name of God, is it all of a sudden blasphemous? Something. Let's repeat the same mistaken quote from Jesus that actually was on about pederasty. But no, they didn't do that. But
exactly.
that's my go-to take the piss for Abrahamic people that want to try and disprove being trans. It's like your book is wrong. Your theory is bad
It's
and
been
you should feel
whitewashed.
bad. But the what's it?
You know, and especially what you were talking about earlier, Kara, when it comes to how men, because it's this weird fucking thing where they act as if they quote unquote love real women, but they fucking shit on them and despise them. But but they claim that they're but they claim to hate queerphobia. They claim to hate queer people and hate quote unquote gayness, but they act more friendly to their guy friends than they've ever treated women.
Oh my
It's just
god,
fucking hilarious.
rugby players.
Rug,
They get
no,
so
football
gay with
players.
each other in the changing rooms. No, I know a couple of rugby coaches, and my goodness, it is a dick fest in those changing rooms.
Exactly.
Like
It's
people are
so
slapping each other with their cocks and everything. It's an absolute gore fest.
But then they fucking say then they fucking say, "Oh no, bro, no, bro, I'm homosexual. I'm
I'm a
homosexual, nah,
homie.
bro."
No, I want to. I like. I see. I thought I'd come up with that term independently. I'm gonna steal that now. If they've come up with that before me, it's mine. Because I think that uh fucking I like homosexual is a cool way to say homosexual. Also, like Pixar, what the fuck do you mean by real adultish girl? Like, I'm a bit confused. Do you mean
Wait, what
adultery, or
happened?
do you mean like? Because it sounds kind of sus. Not gonna lie.
Wait, sussy Among Us.
I give people the chance to explain themselves at least, but I am, I am Among Us sus.
We're all Among Us
Because
sus. You
adultish
know,
sounds like a really weird way to like imply someone isn't an adult, but a kind of an adult.
but but um, Kara, the term homosexual, it's you know, I've seen it both. I've seen it both be used in both a queerphobic way, as I'm sure you could already guess, but also in like a friendly, like playful, teaseful
Yeah, I
way.
use it for my homies that are homos. It rolls off
I've
the
mostly
tongue well.
when it comes to the term homosexual, I've seen him most of the time used in a positive light with people who have friends with benefits. That's mostly the people who I've seen use that term. People who have friends who have a platonic relationship. They don't see them in a romantic light, but that have sex with them. That's mostly how I've seen that term being used in a positive light.
Yeah, it's a pointation of affection. Also,
Indeed.
I'm getting no response on what they meant. It's not
What do you
gay if
mean?
you're the one getting sucked. I've heard that one a lot.
No, like,
I'm asking you what you
Kara,
mean by adultish girl, because it sounds like you're saying someone who isn't an adult but is kind of adult-like, which sounds like sus pedo shit. Like, that's why I'm asking. I'm
indeed.
giving you a chance to explain just in case it's a confusion. because I don't just like to default to blocking, but I'm a bit sus.
Oh, Kara, are you talking to me
No, I'm on about the
or?
person in the chat.
Oh, Pixar.
Yeah, they said real adultish girl, and that phrase hit me weird. It sounds dodgy. And
I thought for a second, I thought you were actually talking about the company Pixar. I'm like, wait,
no,
what?
no. That was started by Apple and George Lucas. That was. Oh no,
Yo,
that's my
Kara.
reaction. Like, oh, real childish. Oh, that's real mature. Okay, well, it doesn't. It doesn't roll off very well. It's like, um,
Exactly. Um, Kara, like,
but fair enough.
it's the amount of times I've seen cishet guys who have toxic masculinity, but that act in erotic ways to their friends. Like, it's so fucking hilarious. But then they deny it. Like I was in high school, right, and I was really listening to these two middle schoolers talk in the cafeteria. I was just hearing their conversation, and one of them said, and they were saying this fucking wholeheartedly serious, non-ironic, guys, bros. Is it gay to breathe in the same area as a guy? Because you're basically breathing their insides, bro. Like, you're basically breathing their own air. So you're basically having a guy inside of you. I'm like, what the fuck?
It's not even how
What?
like air works. Like, you're not after people's expended fucking carbon dioxide. You're after the fucking oxygen. Like
Like,
shit.
I'm just like,
To be
it literally
honest, if
goes
I was
down.
in that situation and someone said that to me, I'd just say something stupid like I breathe in your mom. Because like a stupid question requires a stupid. Well, I shouldn't say stupid. It's not really a good word to use. Ignorant questions require ignorant responses. Well, not really. You
Exactly.
should clear things up, but in a situation like that, it's just ridiculous. So, um,
Guys. Is it gay? Right? Is it gay to kiss a girl that's kissing another guy? Because
I
you're
mean,
basically kissing another guy as you're kissing a girl. And I'm just like,
oh
what?
God, the whole like, oh, what if you eat them out, but they've already slept with someone else before? Are you basically sucking the other person's cock? It's like, no, that's not how that works, you fucking dirty gremlin. Like, Jesus Christ. Is this like hyper fucking sexualization shit that masculinity, like toxic masculinity pushes? It just makes me feel icky and very happy to spend most of my time ace. I don't want anything to do with it. Like, I mean, at the same time, like when I am in the sexual mood, I can be quite spicy. But like, I most of the time glad to not be involved with a lot of this perspective shit because I don't want to be imaged by a person based on who I slept with before or like perceived through that kind of weird lens of like, oh, you're like, as Splashy says, sloppy seconds and stuff like that. It's like, I don't want to be perceived like that. I
Exactly.
like, I feel like a lot of these elements take away from the beauty of people. Because, like, I'm someone who is, like, quite open about the fact that I find nudism to be interesting, naturalism. But it's not when every second you want to engage with it, someone has to make your tits sexual or your fucking body sexual or something like that and put you into this purveyance of, like, being just an object to be enjoyed with.
Exactly.
As much as
Just a
these
sex
things can
toy,
be
and
enjoyable, I know that in certain mindsets, I can fucking be a ravenous, a ravagous little fucking shit. But like, it's all within that element of like I having complete control over the matter. And I don't mean like of the other or anything. I mean of yourself, vigilance over your own body, control how you express and utilize your own body, not being like someone else's
a piece
tool.
of shit.
At the same time, it's like being with someone who can create that kind of safety, having that joint want for these kind of things, like being on the same playing level. Um, and like in the case of me, if I like I like um I could be in a relationship where it is entirely ace. I've been attracted to ace people before, like in multiple times, and I could happily be in that relationship. I couldn't, however, be in a relationship that was fully sexual. I have to have someone who can respect my asexual my
Like your
ace
boundaries.
flux existence, because I flip between the two. But
Same.
that's kind of like the madness of like sexual diversity and stuff. Like, a lot of guys don't get this. A lot of guys would expect that, okay, let's say I get into a heterosexual relationship with a guy, and I'm ace like 90% of the time. They would get demansive if they're toxic masculine. I mean, it's not like every guy's gonna do this, but like if they're toxic masculine, they're gonna get demansive, expecting sex from me, expecting me to be an object of their release, of their pleasure, to almost be like a consular to their existence. The expectation of men for women to correct all their problems and look after them like the little babies they really are on the inside. Uh, just a jab, but it is somewhat true as well. But yeah, no, they expect us to be like servants to their emotions, and that also involves servants to their sexual emotions. And like a lot of the time,
Sexual
I just couldn't
origins.
do that. A lot of people couldn't do that. It's one of the things that does make ace relationships a little safer, because men aren't the only people who can be this forefront and controlling. Heck, I know men that have been on the receiving hand of women that have been like this. It's not, men aren't always the problem in these situations. It's just more commonly because of patriarchy and the type of like oppression that instills upon the masculine perspective upon society. Because we're taught to think these ways when we grow up. Men that
Exactly,
don't think in
and
the patriarchal and toxic masculine sense have took to a path that differs from how society dictates you to go. And a lot of middle class people that aren't communists might think, nah, people are much better up here, blah, blah, blah. Not really. No, there's a difference in how patriarchy and like toxic masculinity operates in those classes, but it still operates the same way. This gets into what I was getting earlier with the more implicit ways that control can be managed in these situations. And you kind of see that because women in the middle class have more rights than women in the lower class, have more of a capacity for independence because of those extra rights they have, and just general class benefits that you get from, I don't know, having money. The petty bourgeois and labor aristocratic toxic masculine types are one of the biggest fucking like crowds for fascism, because these groups are losing their grip, and that's why as
their
well
privilege.
you see with a lot of these people, petty bourgeois and labor aristocratic men, they target people in the lower class of women to get an easy bet of control, where they can be more brutalistic and get away with it, where those people are economically dependent on them again. And they use manipulation and violence to get a hold of women in more unfortunate and destitute positions, and essentially either bring them up into their class position and then keep that as a hold of control, or they keep them distant and they relieve them in their lower destitute space, and they be a passing fancy, and they come and exert their extreme dynamic, their extreme power over them, but don't give them a chance to at any point ever be able to be a threat to their power. Because if you get with someone and bring them in, 2 years of living with them, they break up with you, they can take part of your property. And so they are very careful to avoid getting into that parlance, so they can maintain absolute control over the relationship, over the person they're with, over how that person expresses and engages with them, over their socioeconomic situation. Um, and it's this way
Being
manner of trying
gaslit.
to reaffirm patriarchy, because patriarchy hasn't been weakened, it's been masked. They've expropriated and exported elements of patriarchy to the third world and to the lower classes in the first world, to give this veil that patriarchy is being combated in the first world. We have this pink and lovely society, and it's like, no. Like, yeah, you give like a certain subsector of women a sense of privilege that they could argue that they're like barely affected by patriarchy, but then you ask them, okay, how much do you earn and how much do your male coworker earn? And all of a sudden that fucking veil starts to crack a bit. But the, they give them this sense of privilege. The labor aristocracy works like this. They give them this sense of privilege, and so then they start to not look at their oppression as like a core aspect of a problem in capitalism, and instead look at it as they haven't climbed high enough yet. They are soaring. They are getting there. The more capital they can get their grubby little piss stained ends on, the more free they can become. The more successful at pursuing that freedom they can become.
And this analysis has been the is connected with the increase of identity politics and identity reductionism. It's the same thing when it comes to, well, any marginalized group. You know, you take one marginalized group, you put them in a position where they are a labor aristocracy, petty bourgeois, what have you, and people look at it and say, racism, misogyny, ableism, queerphobia, what have you, is being combated. This isn't a systemic problem anymore. This is an individualistic problem. There's a problem of it if I work hard enough, if I backstab everyone around me, if I manipulate and use everyone around me for my own interest, even if it means using others as stepping stools, I can then become that. And once again, it's like racism is still here, misogyny is still here, ableism is still here, queerphobia is still here. They just become sophisticated. They've become more sinister in how they are.
Sorry, go on.
No, I was gonna say these contradictions are still here. They still exist. They've just become more sophisticated in how they operate them. They've made it seem as if these contradictions are non-existent, when in actuality they're just silent. They are just masked. As you say, it's seen as an individual problem. When in actuality, a lot of these people who are a lot of these marginalized groups who are labor aristocrats or petty bourgeois, especially when it comes to colonized petty bourgeois or labor aristocrats, are compradors. They've been picked by the bourgeois and put in these positions to misdirect, misguide, and confuse the masses. And it's used in a performative and identity reductionist way, where instead of class being the primary contradiction that stems all these contradictions from, instead it goes, this form of oppression is more significant and more important than this form of oppression. My oppression is more important than this oppression, so on and so forth. So yeah.
Yeah, it breaks the intersection. We see this with, like, because the labor aristocracy is heavily influenced by the petit bourgeois. We see with the upper sector of the black petit bourgeois, your Cosbys and people like that, and the people in the upper sector of the black petty bourgeois that assail to the white bourgeoisie. There isn't really a quote unquote black bourgeoisie in America, with black people being an oppressed colonized nation. They're a black bourgeois. Exactly. But they're not like a formalized class of that nation. They're
They're a comprador.
They're integrated.
They're a comprador class.
Well, it's even more complicated because, like, the comprador class would still be part of the nation as well. But, like, with these lot, they are comprador, but they're more integrated with the white bourgeoisie. Like, it's not like the compradors because compradors don't sit shoulder to shoulder in the same, like, bourgeois class. They're seen as a subjugated bourgeois to the bigger imperialist bourgeoisie. Well, with the big bourgeois that are black, they're not like a part of the black nation's big bourgeoisie that then also sells them out. They sell out the black nation whilst being a part of the white bourgeoisie, and it's an interesting phenomenon with the colonization of black people in America.
Internal colonies.
And so, but these groups specifically push for respectability politics. People are being killed, whether it be amongst the black nation, whether it be white people killing people of the black nation. Everything is blamed on the black person. Everything. And this respectability politics has been pushed since the 70s. We had the civil rights era. We banned segregation apparently. Turns out not so much. So like everything is improved now. Jim Crow is over, but don't look into the actual history of that because you'll find out it's wrong. And so they push all these lies where it's like, it's all about now your individual development. We have secured our freedom, even though we have the highest incarceration rate around. And as Noob says, Jim Crow never ended. I need to pop
It's
the
being
toilet.
sophisticated.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hold the fort.
Hold the fort. But no, yeah, exactly what Kara said. Jim Crow never ended. Slavery never ended. White supremacy, the racial hierarchy, it hasn't just gone away. It has just taken a new form. These contradictions are still here, but they are just shaped and implemented to fit the material conditions of of, of today, to make it more exploitable and make it more sinister to further trick and siphon the resources and surplus value of the masses. Instead of a white mob going into a new African neighborhood and burning it down, now you have gentrification. Instead of colonialism, where you have a militaristic invasion of a colonized nation. Instead now you have neocolonialism. Instead of chattel slavery, you have the prison complex. Instead of segregation, now you have redlining, defunding, and so on and so forth. These forms of oppression, these tools to uphold the racial hierarchy, white supremacy, and the interests of the bourgeois are still here, but how they're implemented to fit the times and how these contradictions are shaped to fit the new historical era, or the specific historical era that said capitalist imperialist socioeconomic system is in, will be different. The material conditions are different. How these oppressions are implemented are different, which create more exploitative and more severe material conditions. But the oppressions are still here. There's still the bourgeois class and the proletariat class. There's still racism. There's still misogyny. There's still ableism. There's still queerphobia. These oppressions never went away. They've just been shaped in how they're implemented within society. That's basically it. Just go wait for Carl to come back. Sorry if y'all hear me. What's it called? Snoring, or whatever it's called. I'm sick right now. I can already feel it. The top of my mouth feels funny. I can already tell that I'm sick. So as this goes on, I'm probably gonna sound, well, more shit. Just letting y'all know.
Oh, fucking hell.
Hey, Kara.
Hi.
You didn't hear what I said, unfortunately.
No, the fan was blazing. Oh. Swear to God, bras are just made to be uncomfortable. Ah.
You doing okay?
Yeah, no. Um, in view of all this, it is not surprising that the working class has gradually become a race wholly apart from the English bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie has more in common with every other nation of the earth than with the workers in whose midst it lives. Engels' condition conditions of the working class in England, 1845. Yeah, no, I would agree. The black bourgeoisie does remind me of this Engels quote.
Um, if you want, Kara, I could repeat what I said before,
You
because you
can,
didn't hear it.
you can if you want.
Basically, I just said that these forms of oppression, the racial hierarchy, white supremacy, it hasn't gone away. It hasn't fucking disappeared. It's just become more sophisticated, and how they are implemented within within capitalism as time goes on. Instead of chattel slavery, now you have the prison complex. Instead of a white mob going to fucking destroy a new African community, now you have gentrification. Instead of colonialism, now you have neocolonialism. Instead of segregation and full on Jim Crow, now you have redlining and defunding. These oppressions are still here. They still exist. They are still being implemented today, but they have just become more sophisticated in how they implement them. They've changed how these contradictions play a role within society. Racism is still here, misogyny is still here, ableism is still here, queerphobia is still here. All of these secondary, third, fourth, fifth contradictions of capitalism are still here, but how they are implemented and how they are shaped to fit society to further exploit, oppress, and subjugate the masses and siphon our surplus value and resources changes, which creates new material conditions. And obviously when it comes to specific communities, these material conditions will differ depending on how these contradictions specifically oppose each other and interact with one another within the specific community that you're in, area, geological location, etc. So yeah.
Yeah. It's that in the first world, it being the imperial core, elements of things will be exported to protect that imperial core. And when they do
Exactly.
those measures of protection are done in the name of the middle class, or they'll use the name of the working class, but the benefits go to the middle class. We see this with sexism. Everyone thinks sexism has like been combated in many
Defeated.
ways, and arguably it has. If you perceive things from a middle class perspective, oh yeah, sexism has definitely in many ways been combated. Not ended, but there's definitely been triumphs of women. The thing is, though, is the main women that struggled for those triumphs don't get the reward of those benefits because the women of the
Exactly, which
lower
is colonized
class,
women.
the colonized women, the oppressed, they're not getting these benefits. Like, unless they have
It's
some
the
specific subset of privilege that is advancing them towards these benefits. It is the labor aristocracy and the petty bourgeoisie that get to flounder in these benefits. Um,
exactly.
well, they already had a sense of privilege. Like women of those classes already did have privilege over the lower class women, and what has occurred is an increased stratification of women within the class dynamic, just as there is in general in the class dynamic. The point of the middle class, and why middle class isn't really a proper Marxist term, is that the middle class exists to divide the working class. The proper explanation for the quote unquote middle class is in the Marxist context is the intermediary classes. They're
Yep,
not
the
they're
classes.
not full classes in their own right. Like the petty bourgeoisie is a bourgeois class, but they are a strata that is different from the big bourgeoisie, but they are a bourgeois class. And they're quite
Exactly.
a rambunctious one because you have so many different like elements to the petty bourgeoisie. It is being intermediary. It is very diverse, and there are intersections. There are people that are workers but are also bourgeois, and that's like your cell phone plumber, people like that. They are petty bourgeois, but they are also working class. This gets into petty proprietarism. Yeah, back a day with the artisans. But labor aristocracy, they are a proletarian strata, but they are also very bourgeois, not in their class position in the sense of like their relationship to production per se,
Than their presence.
but their existence in the proletariat as agents of the bourgeoisie, their increased
Exactly.
accessibility to capital, their ability to become petty bourgeois because of their increased pay and increased privileges. Like they're on their way there. It's an assailment, and so the worker turned bourgeois is somewhat of a very accurate statement for the labor aristocracy, even though it'll piss off a lot of people because a lot of people can't get past that statement because the labor aristocracy are also still proletarian in a sense. And so they can't
Exactly.
get past what that statement actually implies, um, what the labor aristocracy represent in the workforce, that their consciousness is driven by a more bourgeois interest in their existence, even though they have elements of a proletarian class conscious as well in there. They are, I call the labor aristocrats dual conscious in their relationship to capital, but the bourgeois side takes precedent. Their earnings are more important to them than their fellow worker. And once you start getting in that mindset where you have enough to even say that, let alone like weigh it over the heads of others, you're in a sense of privilege where you are individualizing yourself. Individualism is not a part of the proletarian culture. Proletarian culture is very communal. That's a
Very collective.
bourgeois affect. The bourgeoisie advanced what we now today call individualism through this isn't a thing for all humanism, but there's a specific formulation of humanism called Greek humanism that became the foundations for Christian individualism and Victorian humanism, which also is based on individualism. Um, these philosophies are different to what the Marxists espouse as humanism, and I have some gripes with the term, even though you could argue that my positions still fit in line with humanism. There's like so many elements of human supremacy that exist within that term that I kind of just keep away from it. But I know that that's a part in parlance to the ways people have manipulated the term and used it to take those implicit statements. Sometimes many Marxists using it as a way to imply human supremacy, which is dislocating what Marx actually implied by it. The Victorian humanism is very different. Victorian humanism is very imperial, it's very bourgeois, and it is very centered on individualism, while Marxism is centered on communal aspects of existence, that no individual ever decided how things would be and then it happened. What happens is that the people are what drive change. There are always going to be people that promote ideas, but where do those ideas come from? They come from the people. Like, I know it sounds a bit fucking like uh, the cut corner, like reductive to say it like that, but that is the case. Lenin didn't just like shit an egg out of fucking good work. Like he fucking engaged with people. He learned from others. For fuck's sake, at the least you could just say that he learned from Marx, but even that's like not the exact full of it. Like he learned from the people
That's even
around him.
more
He learned from the
reductionist.
people that predecessed him. Heck, he learned from people that would soon succeed him. Like it's a process of an advancement through education, an advancement through understanding of the world around us. And that involves not just our human understandings, it involves our understandings of animalia, our understandings of nature itself, and our empathy
Of
for these
existence
structures.
itself.
Um, I think a lot of American Marxists get uncomfortable when you bring up the necessary distinctions of classes like petty bourgeois or certain strata like lumpen or labor aristocrats.
Especially
Um,
colonizer. Especially colonizer, quote unquote, quote unquote MLs who are actually revisionists because they themselves are a part of those classes. And when you start calling out how within the bourgeois and how within the proletariat there are sub classes within those two primary classes, the lower class and the ruling class, and how it goes through stages in a way, they get really uncomfortable because once again, they have that privilege. They have that vantage point of privilege where they can look down, undermine, demonize, dehumanize, and benefit from their fellow from workers, especially colonized workers, but they don't like calling it out. They are class reductionists in that aspect, where not only do they deny that the labor aristocracy and petty bourgeois even fucking exist, but also in the way of them denying that there are far more contradictions that need to be combated than just the primary contradiction. Because
Well, it's
again, the
because
primary
these people are second internationalists. Like, it's not that they
exactly
don't know this; it's that they don't want to do this. Like, think about
exactly
it. They constantly go on about the industrial proletariat. The industrial proletariat are like 90% labor aristocrats in the first world. Like, they got rid of the fucking lower class industrial work. Even mines are operated by people that earn a fucking bigger paycheck than a fucking store manager. Like, uh, and
exactly.
I know paycheck isn't the only determiner of being labor aristocrat, but these people are certainly very well attested
Paid.
for their work. They have greater safety procedures than any fucking industrial laborer in the entire fucking world. Like, health and safety is like an institutional matter. The only reason it ever gets overridden is because capitalists do what capitalists do. And they will find ways to cut corners because they don't give a fuck. Like, they know they have to stick up to these standards, but they don't want to stick by these standards. That would be, to them, that would be absurd. Um,
Exactly.
for some
Again,
reason, why
it's
when I
just
tab off from you disappear. Okay, now it works.
there
I
we
just
go.
wondered. I was like,
Yeah,
wait a
it's
minute, the screen is missing you at the moment. But yeah, um, oh yeah, and I'm pretty certain by American Marxists, they probably do mean the white American settlers because or was it uh just that just tends to be the thing. Like the actual quote unquote the actual Americans are the white settlers. So big quotation marks around that one though. It isn't
hmm
really a real American. The only real American is a dead American. Um,
no, yeah,
but
that right there. Oh, sorry.
which is funny because even the Communist Manifesto talks about middle classes and various strata. Um, Many Marxists don't even like talking about generational wealth and the inheritance question. Lol. Well, in the first world, I mean.
Primitive accumulation.
What's it? It's it's their own ignorance on their own class benefits. What do you find with these American Marxists that hate talking about the labor aristocracy and the petty bourgeoisie? They usually have those
You know,
positions, but are trying to sell themselves as like, what, I'm one of the workers, guys, rather than like learning from us and becoming one with us and taking a step towards class treachery. They just be fellow travelers. They're just like, oh yeah, I'm workers. I'm like, I'm one with the struggle. It's like,
like no, you're not. Like no, you're not. To
uh,
become one with the struggle, you have to betray your class interests
well,
and become a class traitor.
well,
You have to
there's
betray.
certainly
So,
one with Anne struggle, just not the Marxist one.
oh no, yeah, definitely, definitely. They're there for the struggle of their own class
They're for the
supremacy.
struggle of fascism. If you're a revisionist and you're pushing the ideas of second internationalism, you're a social fascist. If you're going to
Yep.
push right opportunism, you're an open fascist. And that's the ways of
Yep.
revisionism. There there definitely can be revisionists that are liberal, but the way to revisionism is through fascism. So even if they did become liberal in the end, they would still go through fascism to get there. It's the only way that they can
Exactly.
effectively oppose Marxism. Liberalism is not geared up for opposing Marxism. That is a core problem with like liberalism and its attempts to oppose Marxism. That's why they default to fascism. Like, and
Exactly.
so
Especially social fascism, because liberalism, if you could say, it's far too blatant. Like you can fucking tell that it's fucking
it's not
anti-Marxist, but
it's not just this blatancy, it's its uncaringness. The bourgeoisie don't give a shit about a lot of stuff when liberalism is going on. You know, think about it when you're
Yep.
high on your laurels, everything's going well for you in life. You're not really thinking about a lot of the negative elements, and those things just get stewed because every time they pop up, you don't deal with them, you just dissociate from them, squash them down, and try and double down on what you're trying to do. That's what the bourgeoisie do
Exactly.
during liberalism, and it creates crisis. So fascism is not just trying to combat the Marxist arousal, which will increase during these times. Crisis isn't a guarantee that Marxists will gain a foothold, but definitely a lot of workers are going to be looking for answers from fascists or Marxists in this time. And so fascism has to combat Marxism. Fascism also has to combat capitalism killing itself. That like and social fascism tends to be the more geared out for this kind of situation. But fascism certainly can do it as well, where they try and brutalize the economy back together. And in many ways, these tactics have succeeded for the bourgeoisie. That's how the British and the Americans survived the Great Depression. Well, the French also did this too, but like World War II kind of made them only like they both survived it and didn't because like Nazi Germany like took over the whole of France for a bit. Um, just a little bit of a whole like Tutti Rudy tour de France, um, uh, genocide style. But the that's how these countries survived it. And so, like, a lot of people will go, "Oh, well, the Nazi economy never properly recovered." Yada yada yada. So, like, this tactic of the bourgeoisie is actually just a dumbfounded one, and it doesn't work. That is a naive understanding of the bourgeois system of capitalism. What fascism does absolutely does respark the economy. It is an important intrinsic part of basically like so like fascism, we see petty bourgeois people assail to the political sector of the bourgeoisie. They become bourgeois. Like they're no longer petty bourgeois. And these bourgeois aristocrats, they muscle capitalism back together. They try and muscle together structured competition. So rather than capitalists just being able to blindly compete and like brutalize each other, the big capitalists are expected to maintain each other while also competing in specific arenas that are essentially set out by the bourgeoisie. This is how both social fascism and fascism tends to call the bourgeoisie, though they do so in different ways. Um, the small bourgeoisie are not very well protected. There are certain elements of protection that might occur, especially in social fascism, but they are kind of up for grabs. If the big bourgeoisie want to take over their company, so be it. Because the whole point
Monopolize
is to
them,
protect
etc.
that big bourgeoisie and to use this social cohesion for class collaborationism as a way to espouse this. Syndicalism being an intrinsic part of a lot of forms of fascism. Not saying that syndicalism is inherently fascist, though. Syndicalism is genuinely just a term that means organizing society by syndicates. But fascism has shown an attraction towards this kind of organization. Corporatism is the fascist term for fascist syndicalism, and or national syndicalism. China has a regional corporatist system, for example, and in this system, there's basically this like, okay, you can kind of still do your loose sort of bourgeois shit where you brutalize each other, but we want it to be done within a specific aspect. If you get in the way of the party, don't expect to be alive tomorrow. And so everything is kept under boot. As fucking as Hoja points out about revisionism, is that there's no sign of bourgeois democracy. I'm gonna get up that quote.
It's as if it's invincible. Actually, could I say a quote from Mao on what revisionism is, and Lenin, if that's okay with you?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, here it is. So Lenin's quote on revisionism. The movement is everything, the ultimate aim is nothing. This catchphrase of Bernstein's expresses the substance of revisionism better than many long disquisitions. To determine its conduct from case to case, to adapt itself to the event of the day, and to the chopping and changing of petty politics, to forget the primary interests of the proletariat and the basic features of the whole capitalist system, of all capitalist evolution, to sacrifice these primary interests for the sake of real or assumed advantages of the moment. Such is the policy of revisionism. That's basically all it is. And to quote Mao, revisionism, or right opportunism, is a bourgeois trend of thought that is even more dangerous than dogmatism. The revisionists, the right opportunists, pay lip service to Marxism. They too attack quote unquote dogmatism. However, what they are really attacking is the quintessence of Marxism. They oppose or distort materialism and dialectics, oppose or try to weaken the People's Democratic Dictatorship and the leading role of the Communist Party, and oppose or try to weaken socialist transformation and socialist construction. After the basic victory of the socialist revolution in our country, there are still a number of people who vainly hope to restore the capitalist system and fight the working class on every front, including the ideological one. Moreover, their right-hand men in the struggle are the revisionists. So yeah.
And this from Holger, which is just, I think, one of the best when it comes to laying out what the goal of revisionism really is. There was nothing Marxist-Leninist in their actions and stands. They were guided by counter-revolutionary aims and had assumed the leadership of revisionism, which is capitalism in a new form, the enemy of the unity of peoples, the inciter of reactionary nationalism, of the drive towards an establishment of the most ferocious fascist dictatorship, which does not permit even the slightest sign of formal bourgeois democracy. Revisionism is the idea and action which leads to the turning of a country from socialism back to capitalism, the turning of a communist party into a fascist party. It is the inspirer of ideological chaos, confusion, corruption, repression, arbitrarity, instability, and putting the homeland up for auction. This tragedy occurred in the Soviet Union and the other revisionist countries. Khrushchev and the Khrushchevites, incited and assisted by American imperialism and world capitalism, created this situation. I got some comments to catch up with.
And then with Deng and his fucking revisionist posse and the PRC, and obviously Cuba with Fidel Castro and so on and so forth.
Oh god, the amount of fucking like trad MLs that would get like. It's funny because ARMLs also don't like Castro, and there's just like this circle of trad MLs that like him really bad, and it's just like, guys, everyone's moved on. It need to stop holding on to him as some hope for America, because that's why I see a lot of it. It's a lot of like white Americans like thinking that like Castroism is gonna save them from America. It's not how it works.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm gonna run to Cuba and get my socialist life, and it's like, you're not gonna like it in Cuba. Not. Like you're gonna lose all of your little special like privileges that you have in America, and the only thing that you'll have is in certain areas you might get by with your white privilege, because those dynamics haven't been ended in Cuba. Everyone thinks Cuba's like some wonderland, and it's like, okay, the socialist element of in the proletariat definitely is fucking awesome, but there's a whole class system going on there with bourgeois, petty bourgeois, labor aristocrats. It's a dynamic and it has oppressive elements to it, absolutely, and people don't want to take that into consideration.
Exactly, and when it comes to Cuba, specifically, colorism, pigmentocracy, as a fellow comrade also calls it, still exists in Cuba. There are still colonizer families in Cuba who literally tell their fucking children not to go out into the sun for too long, or else they'll ruin their quote unquote purity. They'll ruin their prettiness. Like, they still say that shit. Those sentiments have not died off in Cuba, and due to Cuba being a comprador state of the Russian Federation, and due to the so-called Communist Party of Cuba being a comprador and a revisionist and social fascist party, these contradictions are not being combated through an actual ideologically and politically dialectical and scientific front, but rather it's the distortion, it's the warping, it's the twisting, it's the revising of dialectical materialism.
Of the
It's
of the
making it
core
seem as
principles of Marxism, like in general.
it's revisionism. If revisionism can be summed up into any way, shape, or form, it's essentially making it seem as if the road back to capitalism is the quote unquote pragmatic road.
Well,
That's
it's
basically
not always shown like that. Like revisionism will sometimes be shown as the alternative way to properly achieve communism. They don't want to be so explicit a lot of the time about their pathway back to capitalism. What revisionism is it's twisting Marxist principles, either through purism on the side of the quote-unquote left comms, or through right opportunism on the side of the what you could call the trad revisionists, if you want. Although to be fair, no, trad is in traditional.
Oh, trad.
But arguably speaking, the left comms have been around just as long, given that the orthodox Marxists that emerged during Marx's time were left comms. But it's this basically either through supposed purism or through right opportunism, they distort the principles and the missions of Marxism to imply something different. But then we'll state it as being the same. This is the solution to socialism. Some element of it could be, we need to take a step back into capitalism more openly about it. Or it can be like the Soviet Union. Soviet Union didn't say it was going to go back to doing capitalism. They just did. Like, they just pushed in that direction, and very quickly. It was
primarily through, one of the primary things they did was emboldening and bolstering great Russian chauvinism and supremacy, and basically defunding ethnic minority groups in East Russia, and basically taking all the jobs, all the cities, and putting it into the European side of Russia, which is why the majority of
they ended the program of even development, and as Stalin said, even development is intrinsic to socialism. No even development, no socialism.
Exactly, because the whole point of socialism is to literally push human development forward. That's literally the whole point. Like again, revolution in its essence is essentially just pushing and moving human development forward. That's basically all it is. Like, that's basically all revolution is in a nutshell. If you are against revolution, you are literally against the development of your own fucking species.
Yeah. I got some comments I want to catch up with, because they've been
Of course.
So, quote, the British bourgeoisie, for example, derives more profit from the many millions of the population of India and other colonies than from the British workers. In certain countries, this provides the material and economic basis for infecting the proletariat with colonial chauvinism, end quote. Lenin, the International Socialist Congress in Stuttgart. Noob says,
quote.
Mecha Nazis with their quote-unquote anticipatory, that's a fucking word, anticipatory struggle, end quote, from Heidegger. Why does everyone think Heidegger is like fucking like some left dude? There's so many social... I understand why the fucking fascists that like him say they're lying, obviously. Social Democrats, like, we're totally not the moderate fascists, and then we'll go and push a fascist as a leftist. They'll say they don't agree with him, but they think he's a Marxist. He's never been a Marxist. He never was. He just fucking lied, and then everyone believed it. This is like the people that believe Gramsci was a Trotskyist. It's like, person who hasn't read an inch of Gramsci says what? Like, so fucking stupid.
Who are you talking about? Randinga?
Heidegger.
Heidegger. I've never heard of
He's the Nazi. You never heard of Heidegger?
No, I've never heard of
him. Martin Heidegger was a Nazi, and he that motherfucker, like, basically gained prominence amongst Euro communists in the fucking post-war for some reason. even though he was literally just pushing National Socialism, just disguised as like this weird form of neo-Marxism. And so many fucking dick shits swallow that shit up like so much. I know a lot of them are seriously into his Nazi stuff. Some of them I just feel are like weird, lost, confused social democrats that don't have a fucking clue what they're talking about. The same kind of people that will tell you Gramsci is a Trotskyist, and it's like,
I've never heard of that. I've never heard anyone
oh no,
fucking
that's a really
say
common
that.
thing. That's a really common thing people do in Europe. They claim he's the first Eurocom. They claim he liked Trotsky. Blah blah blah. Some people even claim he got on with who was that leftcom from Italy?
Oh, Kara, guess what? Guess what? I think I might have already told you this, but I had a talk with this one Trotskyist who said that Franz Fanon was a Trotskyist because he read Trotsky, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, no, Franz Fanon was
I've
not
read
fucking
some of Trotsky's work. Does that make me know a Trotskyist? You have to read the works of fucking all sorts of people, including our enemies. It doesn't make us one of them. Like Jesus Christ.
exactly. I
Um,
exactly. I guess because because once again, the best way to know your enemy is to read about your enemy. So if I
but
were to read, for instance, Mussolini's works, does that make me a fucking fascist because I want to understand fascism better from the mouth of a
I
fascist?
mean, if you
Does that make me a
if you
fascist?
store a hard copy version of it on your shelf like Caleb does, then I would be
Yeah,
concerned. Like fuck,
yeah,
man
no,
paid for that.
yeah, no, I'm not gonna pay a book for. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna fucking pay. I'm not gonna pay for fucking Mein Kampf. Fuck no. I'm just gonna read it
You
through fucking
steal that
PDF
shit, like
online.
you know, like fuck, because like someone, whoever's making money off that probably has some interest in it. But no, what I was getting to is that some people even say that Gramsci was like befriended Bordiga in prison, which is fucking hilarious, given Bordiga sold everyone out in prison. Um, uh,
Do you know what I see sometimes from Trotsky into the global North, Kara?
what?
I've seen him have a lot of disdain for Chicanos because Trotsky was fucking killed in Mexico, and I see a lot of them quote unquote justify their fucking racism and bigotry for Chicanos by saying that they quote unquote killed the only true socialists that cared about them,
I mean,
and I'm just like, what the fuck?
that would be more of an American matter. In Europe, people just blame Stalin. Like
Indeed.
that's the main Trotskyist thing in Europe is that Stalin like killed Trotsky, and so like big bad, big stinky
Trotsky
man.
did everything.
Um,
Fucking Stalin did everything. Stalin was there when your parents got divorced. Don't you know that? Don't you know that? Like fucking hell, the shit that I fucking hear some Trotskyists say, like it's very weird. They claim to be actual revolutionaries, but they literally say like the same fucking talking points that a lot of these fucking conservatives fucking say. Like they claim to be revolutionaries, but like they have similar fucking talking points where like both of them portray Stalin as like the most fucking evilest fucking human being that ever lived, and he killed a billion trillion people, and Stalin did this, Stalin did that, and it's like, you claim to be a revolutionary, but you sound a lot like the fucking conservatives I hear in Gusano land over here.
well, yeah, like for a Ukrainian, Trotsky was very big on his Russianism. Um, Also, he was a bit of an anti-Semite, which is fucking hilarious, given a lot of people use Trotsky as a way to say Stalin was anti-Semitic. And like, there
I
definitely was some problem with certain elements of treatment of Jews during Stalin's era, but I don't think that's an intrinsic problem to Stalin himself. Though he's certainly not like he's not free from the complicit nature of that situation. Post
exactly
World War II, there was a rise in anti-Semitism in Russia, and the Soviet Union did not do enough to combat it. If anything, they
indeed.
in many ways fanned the flames, which is just like
I
holy
find it
shit, dude.
I find it interesting that Trotsky was a bit of an anti-Semitic shithead, even though he liked Lenin, which he was
Well,
half Jewish.
He liked Lenin to his advantage. He hated Lenin. If you read a lot of his works about Lenin, he despised Lenin. He only liked Lenin because Lenin would get him a greater advantage. He probably did admire elements of Lenin, like they're both intellectuals. Like intellectuals of opposite sides have sometimes admired like the capacity of someone they're engaging with. That seems expected from traditional intellectuals. I just kind of expect that kind of behavior. Like a lot of fascists do this to proletarian intellectuals, where they try and get in our head and start like going on about how we're one of the special ones when like everyone's an intellectual, really. But they'll get people that are advanced proletarians, and they'll fill your head with all sorts of fucking crap to try and make you feel like you're extra special, and through that admiration, bring you to their side. And it's just a common tactic at their pool of manipulation. But I think what would be more espousing is that Trotsky kind of like his anti-Semitism stinks similar to Zionist, where he's not explicitly anti-Jewish, but his actions are anti-Semitic in how they actually come out. So like he doesn't explicitly speak as like, oh, I don't like Jewish people, or I think Judaism sucks. Like he doesn't say anything like that. I'm avoiding what people actually would say because they're slurs that are beyond my accessibility as a person. But the instead, what ends up occurring is that it's in actions, like in steps taken against the Jewish community, usually guised by extreme anti-religious positions. Like we are like against religion as Marxists per se, but we're not like against it in an aggressive way. It's more like it's more passive. It's more like we don't push religion because we're not religious. I mean, there could be there are elements that you could question about their grasp of the philosophy, but there are definitely Marxists that have religion like that occurs, but Marxism does not. There is no such thing as religious Marxism. Marxism is explicitly, in its core principles, atheist. And like that's a core intrinsic principle to how Marxism operates. And I know people that are religious that say that they don't let it get in the way of their Marxism. As a Marxist, they have to operate on the basis of the material world, and like fair play to them. That's the way. That's the way your bean's gonna grow. Like fucking water it. But the what a lot of people do when they want to target groups, especially like let's take an ethnic group that has an intrinsic tie to a certain form of religion, they'll target that ethnic group through anti-religious tendencies. We see this with how Arabs are equated to being Muslim. Like one of the fucking most famous Jews in like the history of Judaism, the original, the OG of the Abrahamic faith that is literally named after the guy, Abraham, was a fucking Arab. Like, so just to clear up all this fucking bullshit of anti-Arabism. Yep. The guy who come up with Judaism, basically, I know he's not the only, it's more complicated than that. You got the Dead Sea Scrolls, you got fucking all the other people that contributed to it. It's much more complicated than that. I'm being a reductive little bitch, but I've got to have my reductionism here. Was an Arab. I'm going to try and catch up with the rest of these comments. In the US, there is absolutely a cis white male labor, quote-unquote labor, colonial chauvinism movement that seeks to silence others. Jimmy Dore is an example of this. Absolutely. That is why it was so sus when Midwestern Mussolini... that name, like, take the piss of Midwestern Marx fucking gets me giggling every time. Midwestern Mussolini said, quote, out of many, one, end quote. So, Nazism. And then when people push back, he said, quote, is the U.S. Great Seal fascist, end quote? Yes. Yes. And then 3 base quotes from Lenin, Mao, and Hoxha. That was when we read the quotes earlier. Flashy also says, or Gaddafi, talking about, Compradors in this regard, literally aided French imperialism and had an anti-communist cultural revolution. There's a lot of the fascists disguised as communists, the revisionist little fuckers. they'll constantly like use that as a way to claim that Gaddafi is actually secretly one of us. He had a cultural revolution, guys. We'll miss out the part where he murdered like fucking shit tons of communists and imprisoned fucking thousands more. We'll just ignore that bit. But they did have a cultural revolution, you see. Fucking Nasser has his fucking problems right wing wise, but like fucking Gaddafi somehow managed to make fucking Nasser look like a fucking socialist of how fucked up Gaddafi went. Like Gaddafi took all of the fucking right wing elements of Nasserism and advanced them and dropped all of the social elements of it. Well, almost all of them. They still did maintain some of the social democratic elements, but like, even Nasserists don't like Gaddafi. You know, it's the guy became a billionaire. Like, you can't call yourself a socialist like Gaddafi tries to, and then like, oh yeah, I also became a billionaire during my socialist revolution.
Yeah, no, that makes no fucking sense. The whole point of socialist construction and transformation is the end of privatization and commodification.
Yeah,
That's
but they read
that's the whole damn fucking point.
But they read the Quran to prostitutes, so it's socialism.
Oh my fucking god. It's you know, and it's one of these things that I have arguments with ML revisionist fucks who think that socialism and social welfare are the exact same thing, and I'm like, no, it fucking isn't. Just because a state has good social welfare does not make it socialist. If the U.S. were to have good social welfare the very next day, that would not make the U.S. state or the U.S. government a good government.
Well, that's like these quote unquote trad MLs, revisionists. They're not really MLs. They're just fucking Khrushchevites and Trotskyists.
Oh no, yeah.
They're a divergent pool of group because fucking like I like. You know, you don't get this trouble from fucking like our ARML brethren. They got shit locked down when it comes to these issues. It's just this like trad MLs of Europe pissing and shitting on everything that they fucking see.
Exactly.
Caleb would be at home here.
That's like that's why I always say quote unquote MLs, because they're not actually MLs. They have a distorted, warped, and twisted sense of what dialectical materialism and class struggle even fucking is. And I always tell people, does Cuba have good social welfare? Yes, it does. It has amazing social welfare, way better than the U.S. But Cuba is still economically, socially, and politically crippled and in control of the Russian Federation. How the hell can it be a so-called socialist state when they have not A, fully decolonized themselves, B, have self-determination, and C, an actual dictatorship of the proletariat?
Well, they're also still controlled by the Americans. The Americans own their sea. Russia has a lot of influence on the government, and America also has had wavering influence on the government. We got to remember that during the era where Raoul came to power, the U.S. and Cuba were getting a bit snuggy.
Until the USSR got involved, and then
well, the USSR wasn't around. I'm on about Raoul, like Raoul Castro.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking 2014.
Yep. Oh yeah.
The U.S. and Cuba were getting very cushy with each other because the U.S. was going to exploit them. Cuba was going to take on the dollar. It was going to turn into a Mexico situation.
Indeed.
Where they dropped the peso. This is already kind of in transition. The peso is already being overpowered by the dollar. But exactly. Cuba is not like, because it's not a direct colony anymore. So neocolonialism comes in. So Russia and America do tend to have the biggest influence. But the UK, France, especially in their colonies, well, with the UK and France, especially in their colonies, those two countries get a massive exploitation of Cuban doctors. China isn't so much of an exploiter of Cuban doctors per se. I guess their neo-colonies are, like in South America or Africa. And a lot of the time that is like general aid. But the UK and the French take advantage of Cuban aid it's a complicated mess of shit, but that's the most thing that they take advantage of. They take advantage of the a lot of Cuba's social elements for themselves. Britain explicitly takes advantage of their need for like medical equipment. Same with DPRK. A lot of Britain's trade with the DPRK and Cuba is specifically medical equipment, both legally traded and illegally traded. Especially the DPRK. The British
Exactly.
do a lot of illegal trading with the DPRK.
They when it comes to that medical equipment right there, again, it's one of those things where it takes the guide of quote unquote aid when in actuality it's actually fucking imperial loans. They give them medical aid quote unquote, but it comes at a cost, and that loan increases and increases and increases until they're unable to pay it off. They become economically controlled in some way, shape, or form by said capitalist imperialist state in the global north. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
And when it comes to neocolonialism, multiple imperialist powers can take a quote unquote piece of the pie when it comes to the colony, unlike regular colonialism. So in the context of Cuba, the Russian Federation will be the primary contradiction, whereas the U.S. will be more so the secondary contradiction. They still have control. They still have influence over the Cuban. They still have influence over the Cuban economy and the social and political aspects of Cuba, but not to the level that Russia has. Russia has a very has settled in their own comprador class within Cuba, and this goes as far back. And once again, this all starts and goes back to the USSR when they became a revisionist, social imperialist, social fascist state in 1956. And then when Castro accepted Soviet imperial aid and loans, that's where it all started, and that's really where neocolonialism and Cuba started. So Russia, due to Cuba being a Soviet neocolony prior, has had years and years and years and years of developing their comprador class and having it be a pretty formidable aspect within Cuba. The only way I could see the U.S. really trying to become the primary imperialist force in Cuba is if they would try to make their own comprador class in Cuba and try to have them voted in through the Cuban elections. Sorry for going on a rant there.
No, it's alright. I'm saying hello to a fox. Hello.
Okay.
I mean, they ran a little bit, but now they're just staying and watching me.
That's cute. Wait. A little what? Sorry,
Okay.
A little fox.
There's a fox.
Aw, that's cute. But did you hear what I was saying?
Yeah, I did. What's it? I will point out actually that like they'd already started their compradorism before Russia got involved, before the Soviet Union got involved. In the first 3 years of Cuba's existence, they were compradors to the United States. They were getting weapons trades and everything. It was the U.S. cutting trade off for weaponry, specifically weaponry, that set Cuba into its position towards going to the Soviet Union.
No, right, you are right.
Yeah, opportunism was intrinsically a part of the situation, and America has a lot of neocolonial hold over Cuba economically. They do have the stronger economic hold over Cuba, especially with its hold over its trade. All trade that goes into Cuba is essentially, whether the U.S. wants it to go in there or not, they have the ships to sink every boat that goes near Cuba.
Right, and yeah, because Cuba was first a U.S.
Neocolonialism emerges from semi-colonialism, and so when you do free yourself, you end up with a tie to the nation you were specifically controlled. If you go down the bourgeois route, Ireland is a fine example of this.
Exactly.
Ireland today, you could argue, is more exploited by American imperialism because of the America's stronger economic hold and stronger influence through that massive economic like finance capital domination over Ireland. but Ireland is more like land wise dominated by the British. Its trade importing is dominated by the British. Many industries in Ireland are owned by British capitalists. There are famous and important Irish cultural locations. Dublin Castle, for example, that's owned by the British, and the Irish people have to pay rent through taxes to rent those buildings out so they can be theirs. So Britain actually, in many ways, has like as strong of a hold, if not even stronger, than the Americans, just because of their regional advantage in imperializing Ireland, their socioeconomic relationship with Ireland going so far back, and the entwined relationship the imperialists in Britain created for Ireland. Ireland is surrogated to the British in the way that it exists as a nation. Its trade, its relations, it goes through the British. Why is there this big scandal of the Irish backdrop, which is basically a policy about how the border and trade with Ireland works, the way it goes through Northern Ireland? Because most Irish trade into Europe doesn't go from down the south and out of Ireland. No. It goes to the north where the ports are more developed, and so it goes into Northern Ireland. Either goes into Northern Ireland or it trades at the north of the Republic. Either way, it's trading in the region where the British have a monopoly on import and export. And so the British were basically getting in a bitch fit because they needed to make sure that they maintained control over Irish trade as a part of their imperial interests.
Right. And
that's why they were afraid of leaving the EU, because like that card kind of got pulled on them a bit, and they were like, "Oh, wait a minute, we want to keep control here."
Exactly. But no, yeah. But no, yeah. I was just going to say, thank you for correcting me, because Cuba was a U.S. colony before they became a Russian. Well, first a Soviet, then a Russian colony. And yeah, Cuba is economically more influenced by the U.S. But correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I think you might have said it. I think you might have pointed this out as well. But they are definitely politically speaking under the control of the Russian Federation more so
their
than the
politics
US.
is a mix. They definitely have a very high influence from the Russian Federation, but it is a mixture of influences from the US, from the Russians, and from the Chinese. But the Chinese seem to be taking a deft hand towards Cuba compared to the Russians. Russians are much more invested in this, but both Russia and China do it on the down low. They're not very explicit about these things. To find out what they're doing, you kind of have to look under the fucking skirting board, because Cuban people are gonna know. There's definitely gonna be Cuban outlets that are studying this, but how many people are translating Cuban news pieces from not from the official state media, from Marxists in Cuba that want a fucking new revolution? Who's translating these works? We don't actually really hear much of what goes on in Cuba. Everyone goes on about the DPRK being all sealed off. We don't hear anything. We don't hear much proper in Cuba, to be honest. And Cuba isn't sealed off to the world. So I don't think a lot of what we don't understand isn't just because it's sealed off. The same with the DPRK. It's because people don't want to know. They don't want to learn. They just want to have their fantasies of it, of, well, if we eliminate the US problem, Cuba can be free. They can just develop as a socialist country. Everyone's happy. And it's that's not how it is. Nothing's that simple. You've got to listen to what the Cuban people are saying, because there were Marxists rising up fucking earlier this year. That doesn't happen out of fucking nowhere. They didn't rise up and fucking strike in support of different fucking struggles, including LGBTQ plus struggle, which is based for no reason. They didn't think to have no faith in your government to be able to do anything doesn't come out of nowhere. This comes out of a fucking an existence of torture. Has anyone actually studied the existence of the lower class in Cuba? It is fucking awful. Yes, there are benefits that can help them, but people are struggling to eat. They are struggling to survive. A lot of people are moving to lumpen proletarian, petty proprietor existences, where some people, their job is to sit on a fucking street corner with a collection of bits and pieces that they've got their hands on and be a mechanic on hire, and use loads of jury-rigged shit that they've got together to maintain your oil and like maintain your fucking like car in like all these different fucking ways.
Exactly.
Um,
And
and
especially when it sorry.
that's a junker job basically. They're working as a junker, and so like their job is like they're very lower class, but they live a petty proprieting existence. They're very like lumpenized in a more like I guess you could say aristocratic sense, where they have a sense of like, okay, I have this owned work that's my work and I do it myself, it's my business. But they're not really making anything profiteering wise. They're destitute. They exist very similarly to the lumpen proletariat. So why the aristocratic and proletarian dynamic in the lumpen is kind of an important one to look at, because it does show that like that weird situation with the labor aristocracy where they're like both bourgeois but also proletarian. The fox is back. Hello.
Exactly. You there? Car, you there?
There's a fox.
Oh,
I can
that's
hear them
cute.
all 'cause it's that time of year. Because they're all scurrying
and
around on the leaves, and I'm just like, oh, I've heard like 3 or 4 now, and it's annoying though because they were all living on this fucking golf course before they turned it into a housing estate. I want to punch whoever's idea it was to destroy the entire golf course. Fucking council. There'll always be the golf course in my heart, though. Fuck calling it. It's called a garden village. Yeah, they had a fucking like communal like park at the top that they destroyed to build more housing. Like false advertisement.
Fucking garden village, the fuck. But I was just going to say, and similar to the Mexican settler colonial state, where a lot of the bourgeois in Mexico are basically
Castilians.
Are basically Castilian. The same is the case for fucking Cuba. The majority of the comprador class and labor aristocracy of Cuba are basically of Castilian.
Yeah, I mean, people seem to forget that like Cuba was like a center point for Castilian domination, and it was the capital of Latin America. Because Spain did a similar thing to what the Portuguese did, where their empire was a lot more dissected. So like Castile, Madrid, they didn't rule the Latin side of the empire. They were its master. The Latin Empire was under them, but it was ruled from Havana. That was how it worked, because it was a lot easier to coordinate and organize. And this is why the Spanish actually developed a much more powerful empire quicker than, like, let's say, the French or the British did, because their diversity and how they organized their empire allowed for a stronger power base in the region. Let's say, and you still got the same problem, like the America problem, where, like, these organizations want to betray. We saw this with Brazil. Brazil was made the center of the Portuguese Empire, and then they left Portugal, so they became the Portuguese Empire, and this is actually one of the big things that weakened Portugal when they got took over by the British eventually, was that their empire literally ran away from them, and the Spanish were at risk of this with Havana. Havana was a massive power center of Espanola domination in America, and so I can hear more foxes. So when we look at Cuba, we've got to look at it in this from its settler colonial angle, because for all of Castro's speech towards this matter, he definitely has spoken on it. His society did not change it. They made some changes. I will give him credit for that, but it is like it's not like it's well due. Like the changes were they weren't monumental. I mean, in some ways they were. The ending of like landlordism certainly was progressive. There definitely are progressive elements of Castro that I can respect, but that's him being a bourgeois revolutionary. It's not him being a communist. And so it's understanding that bourgeois revolution, just like the Irish bourgeois revolution that betrayed the communists, it was still progressive compared to what we had. And so Cuba has still progressed, but they've progressed to being a neo-colony. They've progressed in the way imperialism has progressed, not in the way anti-imperialism has progressed. And that is a core point to this.
Gotta say better myself. The only thing and I repeat, the only thing that Fidel and the quote-unquote Communist Party of Cuba fought for was not for the dictatorship of the proletariat. It was not for a socialist state. It was simply for better social welfare and policies. That's basically it.
It was to be their own nation in a sense as well, like which you know, for the oppressed peoples of Cuba would certainly make a lot of sense. Castilians already have their own nation. It's called Castilla. You know, you can always fuck off home, and they'll claim that like Spain is a fucking nation, but bite me, no, no, it's not. My Galician heritage says no. Oh god, yeah, the Castile, they have their own nation. Like in you know, they can fuck off back to Madrid if they really that sad about losing the nation, or they can just respect their nationality and support the national liberation of the fucking people of Cuba. But instead, they make themselves just the Cubans. You know, we're just the Cubans, and that integration is definitely possible. We've had it in Ireland where like African people are just called Irish, but there's a difference. Like those people weren't oppressors, and they were coming into the culture respectfully and embracing the culture respectfully and became a part and entwined in it. And so we didn't like subgenera them as like, oh, you're Irish African. They were still African people, but they were also Irish people. It wasn't about hyphenizing it. It was that these are separate parts of their existence that do intersect, but they're not like this separate class of Irish. For anyone who's been like in a like you can't just be like a settler and then just be like, ah, yes, I am now one of the Cubans per se, unless there has been an intrinsic change in your relationship where certain types of kindlement and integration can occur, but that integration cannot occur while whiteness exists. There's no such thing as that integration while whiteness exists, because that cultural intermingling is happening in a way that is exploitative. Even if people don't think it is, even if you think you're being respectful. Like, look at it this way. If I just took on like the culture of some like group randomly, I could be doing it in a way that might be respectful to that culture, but I haven't really been like, there's not been like an actual exchange. Like, look at it this way, like in the lumpen proletariat in the UK, there's a lot of black culture that emerged, and the reason why is because of an intermingling that occurred with street culture. When rap basically took street culture to an international stage. Like, that brought together people, white and black, and everything in between on the basis of this culture, and that's where you saw the rise of, like, and I don't mean, like, white rap, I mean just, like rap from all these different ethnic groups that aren't, like, you know, like, because white rap is, like, a weird different thing. That's, like, it's usually, like, petty bourgeois white people trying to be gangsters, but
it's basically cultural appropriation.
Yeah.
Essentially.
But in this case with the lower class, it's more about like everyone is like adopting what black people set out for rap, and it's been like a cultural intermingling. A better example would be Jamaican pois. So you might hear me say things like wagwan or fucking guanin or like rotted and stuff like that. That's Jamaican pois, and Jamaican pois exists in my vernacular because of a cultural exchange that occurred between the 50s and the 80s, which was actually fostered between like a lot of different groups, but skinheads are like a really big one to point out. And I mean actual skinheads, I mean like the left wing, not boneheads. Just to clarify that, skinheads were like a left wing thing made up of like Marxists and anarchists. Boneheads is something else, like fuck boneheads. Those are the fascists that call themselves skinheads. That can be a bit complicated for Americans. Skinhead history is really, really complicated, but it started in the UK, and it wasn't a load of racists. It was actually anti-racist, so you get things like rash and all that. Yeah, like, I'd really look into skinheads, because, like, it's a more complicated thing than a lot of people understand. The white supremacist crap is a later thing that occurred in the 70s and I think even the late 60s, where there was the right wing that were taking on the culture and intermingling it with biking culture. But the what occurred was an intermingling. We exchanged culture during a struggle for proletarian and for colonized people's rights during the civil rights era in the UK, because we had our own civil rights a struggle that is being wiped away from history by groups like the BBC, and that's where Jamaican Poir comes from. A lot of people in England think that it's just like some chav thing, that chavs just like really like reggae music, so we picked up Jamaican Poir. But actually, it comes from an integration of struggle and an exchange of culture that occurred in that. That is an actual like righteous exchange of culture where like there has been an adoption that has occurred in a way that is like respectful and like consented as well. Like, and this interchange was a formal integration. It actually allowed for greater integration of Jamaican proletarians into the proletarian struggle, as well as for white proletarians in the UK to greater understand the Jamaican and come into like greater like relations to the Jamaican proletarian struggle and to colonize people's struggle. And it's like a really important and intrinsic element of struggle that people should study and should grow to understand, because you can't just like be in struggle with someone and then claim you are like this or this. Like, you can't be a Castilian in Cuba and then claim yourself to be of the like of the same brand of like struggle as the people that you have historically oppressed. There has to be a change in how you operate and engage. Also, hello, Squid.
You have to become a class trader. You have to become a class trader. Also, wait, who?
Oh no, there's someone in the chat like that. That's absolutely delightful.
Aw, nice. But no, yeah, 100%, and that's the thing where even a lot of colonizer or stellar Cubans in Cuba still have a whitewashed and distorted sense of what Cuban culture is, where it's like they reject the African and they reject the Taino roots of Cuban culture, and they solely focus on the Castilian aspects of it. They only focus on the Castilian influences by it, but they completely reject that. For the most part, it has its roots in African and Taino culture. And instead of actually, betraying their white privilege, becoming class traders, and actually struggling alongside and learning alongside and being alongside African and Taino people, we're learning alongside them and engaging class struggle through their guidance. Instead, a lot of them, again, due to Cuba still having a racial hierarchy and due to Cuba still having racism involved, a lot of them just accept their white privilege. Even poor colonizer Cubans still have some. Obviously, they have way more revolutionary potential than the comprador class or the labor aristocracy. But even in the context of the colonizer Lumpen in Cuba, even they to some extent still hold their white privilege.
Yeah, I mean, we see this with some white trash in America as well. Like, a lot of white trash don't hold to their white privilege and even come closer to black people because of it. A lot of them also don't. A lot of them try and double down on it and try and, like, they think that like, they have lost something that they deserve because they're white, and they might not put it that way, but that's the way the belief runs. The thing you notice with Cuba is that it seems more of the oppressed white groups from oppressed ethnicities end up having greater connections with the Taino and the African population. Like there's been a Taino Galician crossover of culture. This happened in a few Spanish colonies actually, where Galician people have had like an intermingling with native groups. Actually, not just Spanish either, Portuguese too. In Brazil, this happened as well. In Brazil, Galician is like got a high integration with a lot of native people. And like that's an interesting little facet of like I guess you could call it inter-Spanish oppression if you want to believe that the Spanish are a real thing. I will be firm in my belief that the Spanish was a myth made up by the Spanish. Don't ask the logic. But the
Okay.
Obviously, it's basically like the British. The Spanish and the British are the same kind of concept, colonial identity. But within that, like, colonial identity, Galicians do have a colonial interaction with these countries and still benefit off whiteness. Many of them will have similar relationships to, like, American Irish people, to the American native groups, and so genocidal tendencies and stuff like that do emerge from a will to want to be integrated with whiteness. But you do see from these groups that have faced more oppression one of two pathways: either become the Brit or double down on opposing the Brit. And unfortunately,
Exactly.
the American Irish community are a bad example in this regard. Oh boy, did they want to be the Brit!
And the context of Cuba, I'm sure you already know this, but Che was of partial Irish and of partial Basque descent, and due to that connection, there tends to be a lot of solidarity between the Irish and Basque community to Cuba. It's not talked about as much, especially when it comes to Basque country, but that solidarity is definitely there, and there are Basque communities in Cuba, even though they oftentimes get overlooked. But there is that solidarity of different oppressed, exploited, subjugated, and colonized European ethnic groups that are not considered white within the racial hierarchy of their state, of the capitalist imperialist states. They have way more solidarity with the Taino and African people of Cuba than Castilians due to that racial hierarchy.
Yeah. The fucking colonizers do like their ethnicism. It kind of is the aspect. You see this with America, like American Irish people fucking jumping up to be Brits, but like for a good chunk of American existence, they also considered Irish people to be inside out black people. That was such a weird phrase that was used a lot in Europe as well. Like the British considered the Irish like that they were black. They were black, but on the inside, they look like us, but they are really sneaky. They're sneaky colonized people. They're coming to steal your dog.
Kara, can I show you something that I know you will love?
Yes.
Wait, look. Irish. There is a lot of Cuban Irish interchange and culture in Cuba, and
I've seen a good bit of it, yeah.
And I recently found this beautiful music between Irish and between the Irish.
I think you showed me this.
Drums. Did I?
Maybe. There's a good chance you have. Yeah, you did. This is beautiful.
It is. What a fucking jam.
I also want that dress.
Oh yeah. Like, that's fucking beautiful. That's amazing.
I don't know enough about Basque people to answer that question, but you might be right.
Oh yeah, there definitely is Basque solidarity.
No, they were mentioning about the Basque language not technically being Indo-European, and I don't know about that.
Oh no, yeah, it's not Indo-European. Basque is actually the last pre-Indo-European language. Like the very fucking last one. Like it literally has no other connection with any other Indo-European language family tree. It's not connected with any Romance languages or any Germanic languages or any Slavic languages or any Gaelic languages or what have you. It's literally its own thing.
See,
entirely.
the thing is that like that would make me think that it would be like traditionally Indo-European? Wouldn't it be like one of the first European languages? Like,
Not really, because the Basque as an ethnic group and as a civilization predate Europe. Based,
I know, but like,
ba-
so do like the Gaelics, and they're called Indo-European. That's what I mean. Like, it's like, because surely that would make the Basques like essentially the first if they're like one of the oldest. Oh well, they wouldn't be the first. There definitely were groups before them, but they're like one of the remaining groups of those that predated the. Because the Gaelics are like usually what people point to as like one of the big original Indo-European groups. The Gaelics, the Goths, the original Germans, and groups like that.
Wait, let me see. Is Basque.
I know the Basque and Gaelic nations have intermingled a
Here
lot
we
over
go.
time.
Here we go. History and classification. Basque is geographically surrounded by Romance languages, but is a language isolated, unrelated to them, and indeed to any other languages in the world. It is the last remaining descendant of the pre-Indo-European languages of prehistoric Europe. So I guess
So it's a
it's
semantic matter. It just really depends on how you want to like retrospectively or introspectively look at the situation.
I guess
Because I mean, the Romance languages that surround the Basque weren't originally there. The Basque were originally surrounded by Gaelic languages.
oh no, yeah. Oh no, yeah. The Celtic. Yes. The Basque and different Celtic nations were surrounded by each other.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
because there was the Gaelic Empire. Like,
I don't really know. Like I'm not a linguistic, so obviously I wouldn't have.
well,
I
it
wouldn't
was not just
have
the Gaels that surrounded them. You had the Brittonics as well, and they had different names back then. Like Gaelic
the
and Brittonic is actually
Catalonians.
a little more modern than what they were originally called. They branch off from two like ancient Celtic ethnic groups that I can't remember the name of. Where's Rob when you need him? But
Probably need him.
the what's it? Um, Yeah, no, there's been a lot of Basque influence in the region on like Celtic roots because there's a lot of crossover that like it's easy to find someone who's like Gaelic and also Basque, in the UK because of how far back these like conundrums go. It's why like I have Galician heritage, but my Galician heritage like has been far
Okay, I was gonna
divorced
say.
from Galicia. It's Scottish basically. It's Scottish settler, like Galician settlers in Scotland during the Romans, and
Okay,
those types
okay,
of
I found out.
groups
Oh, sorry.
have a lot of intermingling with like Basque groups and other groups like that because of the passage forth. And so I guess I need to do an ancestry test because there's a good chance I could have Basque heritage from that because that's the way the Romans were slamming these groups together. Um,
They
and
were. Also, I just searched it up. It says the current mainstream scientific view on the origin of the Basques and their language is that early forms of Basques developed before the arrival of Indo-European languages in the area, i.e., before the arrival of the Celtic and Romance languages in particular, as the latter today geographically surround Basque country. So I guess that's what they mean when they say pre-Indo-European. Like they were there before the Celtics arrived. They were there before before they were there before the Celtics were there and obviously before the Romance languages came to be. They were there before the Irish, the Scottish, the Welsh, etc., etc. It's a very ancient civilization.
yeah, yeah, it goes way
It goes
back.
back way fucking back,
I
way
mean,
fucking
like
back.
going being older than the Celts is something of an achievement. Like the Celts go way back. They're one of the original Indo-European groups. So
And the
like,
Basques were there before them.
oh yeah, yeah, that's what I mean. Like you could say the Basque are like the original Indo-European, but they're called pre-European. So like the Celts were like the one of the original European groups that arose in like the beginnings of Europea. Oh,
Yeah,
oh
the
well,
Roman
we've had a
Empire.
software update now, and it's Afro Eurasia, but like continents are complicated. Um,
That's not really.
that is
if
how
I
the
remember.
continents work. Like technically, Europe, Africa, and Asia are all part of like one continent. So that
Well,
that
well,
that
well.
that
I
makes
searched
things
it
a
up.
mess.
Well, I searched it up. It's not really a continent. It's more so of like a region because both Europe, Africa, and Asia are all connected.
No, that's what I mean. Like
Uh,
they're all an continent, like as one, because they share a continental plate. Like,
they do.
yeah,
I thought Africa and Asia had their own
they have
continental.
differential continental plates, but they are a part of the European one. Like Europe doesn't have like proper separation from these groups by continental plates. Europe actually is quite lacking in continental plates. That's why we
Well,
don't. That's why
well,
we don't
well,
get loads of earthquakes. We don't get earthquakes all
well,
the time like America
well.
does.
Well, when it comes to Europe, isn't even a fucking continent in that aspect because Europe
That's
doesn't
why
really
though. That's what I'm saying. Like because we don't have like proper continental plating. Like we're a part
exactly
of like one that intersects with Asia and Africa. Europe is
exactly.
actually Afro-Euro Asia, or Afro-Eurasia.
It's like at best like scientifically and geologically speaking, Europe at best is a sub region of Asia.
I mean,
But
it's sociologically a continent, but
yeah, no,
geographically it's
it's
not that
not.
it's a sub. It's that is just an continent. It's not that it's sub to Asia. It's just Eurasia. They're just like they're equals in that regard. Asia
I
has
see.
some differentiate. There are different like tectonic plate splits in Asia. Like that's where you get the massive mountains and the massive volcanoes. Like there are like intermediaries to this, but Africa, Eurasia is like it's just Eurasia basically. Like it's just an continent. Um, but like you know, right wingers are allowing that to be spun into some weird fucking drive for a united fascist Eurasia. Woo,
It's fucking
Dugan!
it's definitely weird as as hell. Fuck, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I remember. Europe is basically just a peninsula of peninsulas. That's basically all that Europe is. It's just a fucking peninsula that has smaller peninsulas in it. Like like like
It's like a bag
like
of dicks.
you could say it's essentially just the peninsula of Asia in that context.
Not
But
necessarily, because a peninsula means like a corner point of where you meet with the ocean, and
oh
so
no,
like a
oh no,
peninsula
yeah,
would
yeah,
be like the lower sector of Italy.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah. Is it a
because we gotta be
peninsula?
careful
Because
with the type of language we use, because that can get into pushing Asian supremacy, where Europe is just
oh
a
no, yeah,
subcontinent to Asia, and it's like, well, Asia is
oh
also
no,
then
yeah,
just a subcontinent to Europe. Like it works both
exactly,
ways. Like
exactly. I actually had this conversation before with a fellow comrade. I think I mentioned it to you as well. After we live in a post class society, after we have fully decolonized the globe and the bourgeois line and the contradictions of capitalism have been fully eradicated, will Europe not be will it be like officially just Eurasia? Because the only reason why Europe as a quote unquote continent even exists is literally because of
yeah,
imperialism and white
it's a
supremacy.
sociological political phenomenon that came from essentially like the Roman period, but
No,
like
yeah, no, yeah,
but
essentially. The only reason why, sorry.
but it'd be Afro Eurasia. Like all of all three of those continents have been intrinsically connected for the entirety of their existence. Like fucking we can go back to the Silk Road. Heck, we can go even further back. There's reasons why there are Chinese like cultures that have like positions on like fucking Jesus way before the English or the Germans went and brought Christianity over there. Abrahamic faith has had an intersection with the East long before white people went and brought it. Because everyone goes on about like they look at it from the white Christian Protestants and Catholics bringing Christianity to them. There was already Judaism, Islam, and Christianity that existed in those regions before it was brought there in a different light.
Exactly.
A lot of it sourced
Um,
from Gnosticism, which is why it was genocided out of existence.
That's what
But
that's what I've told.
this is why there's like a position, like there's an old cultural phenomenon where like there's this claim that there was from a Chinese warlord. I think it was like somewhere like maybe decades out of the period where Jesus supposedly existed. The claim to be Jesus is like it was like half brother or something like that, or like cousin. I think it was cousin. Um, so yeah, funny little cultural phenomenon from way back ago.
That's very that's very interesting. And no, yeah, I've told people this many times. Christianity is not a European or a quote unquote American religion. It is a Northeast African / West Asian religion. That's where it fucking originated from, and obviously,
It's been
and
appropriated. It's like long been
exactly,
appropriated.
exactly. It was the Roman fucking Empire. It was fucking fucking I forgot that shithead's name. What was his fucking name? I fucking forgot. But it was the Roman Empire that co-opted, whitewashed, and canonized the Bible to justify to quote unquote justify the exploitation, oppression, and colonization of the different um of of the different ethnic groups and nations, the Celtics, the Basque, the Bretons, and so on and so forth, to colonize them, siphon their resources, make them colonies, and so on and so on and so forth. It was just co-opted to uphold the interests of the ruling class of the Roman Empire. And of course, after the Roman Empire collapsed and all the different feudal modes of production and societies and states start to arrive, they basically got inspired by Romanism, co-opted Christianity, used it to further oppress and exploit European ethnic groups that were not considered quote unquote white under the different racial hierarchies, and so on and so forth. And then, the colonization of the Americas, westward expansion, blah blah blah.
Well, yeah, I mean, whiteness itself emerged like a little later than blackness. Like it already existed conceptually in the way that society was organized, but it actually arose in the Caribbean with the British. There was a way of separating indentured servants, and this was when whiteness and blackness started to become more about like more than just you're from this ethnic group and we hate you, and started to become a skin color thing. Actually, originally wasn't that. It was just about you being an ethnic group we want to oppress. Because blackness comes from the Spanish. Actually, it originally comes from the Arabs. But it means like impure, and they used that against African people, and that's when they started to be associated with blackness, and it started to more and more be associated with color of skin. That element probably always existed, but it came more to the forefront as slavery came forward, and they needed a way to differentiate from the predominantly white servants in the house slaves, to the predominantly black, actually pretty much entirely black, or brown in the case of like natives, but natives were just essentially considered as good as black anyway. So the determination of brown is somewhat like useless in this equation. Were like the chattel. They were the chattel slaves, and they slavery, and so to keep these two groups separate, because of chattel slavery being a black matter, and indentured servitude, well, it wasn't called that at that point, it was still called house slavery, was a mixture. There were black house slaves, there were white house slaves. Well, they don't want them uniting with the black chattel slaves and giving them an advantage in their struggle, because the thing is with a house slave is they have special privileges. They didn't have many at this point in time, but that soon changed when they would get even more privileges, because they were revolting. They were revolting with chattel slaves, and they needed to find a way to stop it. And so whiteness and the concept of indentured servitude was pushed forth. The idea that A, you're not going to be permanently a slave. B, you'll get all these special benefits. If you tell your master you're ill, he's going to give you a bottle of whiskey and let you have the day off. Not take you out back to the shed and shoot you just in case you make anyone else ill because you're a chattel and you're treated like an animal. Like, and you shouldn't be treating animals like that either. That expression always gets me weird. It's like, why are you treating animals like that? No, but treating people like fucking shit, killing people off, in brutal ways just because they can't fit their purpose of work. And so this
They're
differentiation,
not
this
exploitable
split,
enough.
this is why, like, amongst the black community, black house slaves in many ways are looked down upon because a lot of them didn't support the struggle of the chattel, and like they sat within the whims of their masters and almost reveled in their privilege that they got, even though they were still oppressed. They still had their life held by one man and had to serve them for a certain specific period of time. Like, they had a limited time capsule on this. They eventually got to be released into the proletariat. But at that point in time, they were slaves. They were as good as slaves. Their shoulders were closer to their brothers in the chattel than it was to their masters, but they hug on to their masters for the privileges they got. If I couldn't find a better fucking example of like how aristocracy works in class. This is the same kind of function a labor aristocrat has. This is the same function that the people that betrayed their fellow comrades in death camps during World War II. This is the same process that happened there. They were given a sense of privilege. They were gonna die. They were gonna die as anyone else was. They were fucking queued for the chambers. But they got to stand further back in the queue because they would rat people out. They would actually do guard work with a fucking weapon and still not turn against their masters. No, they would turn that weapon against their fellow fucking comrades, their fellow fucking people struggling inside those fucking camps. This is a common problem with privilege. And I can even wrap it back into the original like purpose of this stream as well, is that like with the rising trans violence, we see most of this coming from people of privilege trying to stir shit up in the lower class. They're trying to stir shit up in the proletariat. Like, there are definitely poor people that commit crimes against trans people, and there definitely are that are offensive, there definitely are transphobes. But the aggressive, like, attempt to organize genocide is not coming from the proletariat. They will be used as pawns if they are so willing to go along with it, but they are not the source of this problem at all, and that is intrinsic.
It's the ruling class.
This is it's sourced from the bourgeoisie, and it is propagated by the petty bourgeoisie and instigated by the labor aristocracy. You have the propagators, you have the instigators. The instigator are the bourgeois agents amongst the proletariat. They do the dirty deeds of the petty bourgeoisie. They are the ones that will try and organize the proletariat into fucking working against our brothers and sisters, because we're easily exploited in that regard, because a lot of the time we're excluded from the struggle because we're seen as destitutional and not supportable and like the bottom end, and some even call us exploiters. I've never heard a working class person per se turn around and say that word exactly. I've heard supposed Marxists say that. I have heard working class people call us like benefit leeches and shit like that, which is implying that we're somehow exploiting something. Like that we just don't work because we don't want to, or like we're in and out of work because we're not good at doing it, etc., etc. And it's like this purveyance of this idea that we are, that we are this like this disgusting like cockroach kind of fucking existence, which is like, thanks, Chief. You're not too far away from me anyway, so enjoy your time transforming into a cockroach. That's how they think it fucking works. But the, building that unity in the proletariat is what can prevent the fascists manipulating the lumpen. Exactly. The lumpen are the most, the lumpen, especially the homeless, are some of the most revolutionary, if not the most revolutionary people you can get your fucking hands on, to the point that actually a Marxist role in engaging would be to tame that revolutionary element, because it is at a point where it creates desperate attempts at struggle, because there's such a need for the struggle. And that's why Lenin says that the fucking needs of the lowest sector should be the needs of the whole working class, because our interests benefit us all. It benefits us at the bottom. And you know what? We have the same fucking good interests for the proletarian struggle that the ones above us do. So no one is being like prioritized in a way that like leaves out the others. That's a labor aristocratic myth, because they're not getting their special privileges.
Exactly.
And this relates into the trans. This relates into the trans struggle. So like unity amongst the proletarians helps build against the attempts of fascism to manipulate certain strata of the proletariat against the rest. This includes like class treachery of labor aristocrats into the proletariat. This includes integration of lumpen proletarians back into the proletariat, accepting them as a part of the struggle and not disassociating us. That unity is important. This is the same with the trans struggle. We need unity from cis people. We need unity. We need to be strong and together against this force. We aren't going to be able to fight this scrambling on our own. We need to conglomerate. We need to come together. We need to build a struggle. It's all well and good that some people are speaking about shit, but where's the action? Everyone was like, oh yeah, you know what, Biden's in, and he talked against the people that were saying transphobic stuff. He said that the government likes and protects trans people. They aren't doing it though. They're saying it, but they're not doing it. What do you do then? Do you fall on do you fall on the flow of your laurels because you're privileged enough that you can just fucking give up on the struggle, or do you do what people in the lower class do, and that's try and continue struggle? But how can we protest? How can we strike? How can we organize when we're the lowest sector, the one that's most willingly beaten to death by the police, and no one's backing us up? It just becomes a slaughter that no one cares about. We get the shit beaten out of us. No one even thinks about it. There were prison riots throughout the fucking coronavirus. And even when Black Lives Matter was kicking off, no one was talking about it. No one was talking about the prison riots. And all the organization was going there around fucking, race and class and fucking, other issues. These prison riots were, very important things for us to be studying, and no one was talking about them. Even I haven't done enough to really talk about it. I mentioned it a few times, but I haven't gone into, a specific detailed thing on it, and that is a failure on my part that I need to correct. But this is a really intrinsic problem. People just kind of blindside us and treat us like we don't exist. And then when we do exist, and this happens to proletarian intellectuals in general, I guarantee those are people that aren't lumpen but are proletarian will relate to me on this. You engage as a petty bourgeois Marxist, in quotation marks, to be specific, and you start presenting a actually advanced understanding of Marxism, and then you get attacked and treated like shit and fucking intellectually shamed. The left com shit, especially. Left coms are even worse than right opportunists for this, in my opinion, where they just go full chauvinist on you and try and treat you like you're a little fucking baby, and if you keep proving them wrong, they'll do everything they can to remove you from their field of existence. They'll ban you from places, they'll fucking block you, kick you, all that sort of crap to keep it shut. If you're speaking in person, they'll shut down the conversation and walk away. They'll do anything they can to stop it, because at the point that they can't actually shut you down, they treat you like you're an aggressor or like you're a malignant person. And it's that way of trying to exclude people that actually are more revolutionary from the movement. That's a show of second internationalist behaviors, of the tendency to prioritize the labor aristocracy, because the labor aristocracy are much more liberal in their goals, so much more easier to appease and fit within the lines of a maintenance of the capitalist system in a way that gives them more social benefits, helps them sleep on their morals, but it also protects the class position of these petty bourgeois so-called Marxists.
Right. And when it comes to the labor aristocracy instigating the division between with trans people and demonizing them and dehumanizing them and pushing this anti-trans bullshit to embolden and bolster white supremacist groups' reactionary sentiments, bourgeois thought, and further heighten the class antagonisms between cis-het people and trans people. They also try doing this within the trans community as well, especially when it comes to how they try to fucking divide trans people who are settlers and trans people who are colonized, and especially and
there's also the cis women that instigate the petty bourgeois side of things. There's a lot of cis women that dominate the voice of what it means to be trans.
Exactly. It's
that and medicalists. Oh my god,
oh my god, it's all fucking biological reductionists. It's all just fucking ridiculous as hell.
And so what we get is the community is petty bourgeois trans femmes and petty bourgeois cis women seem to have like a monopoly on like what it means to be trans, and like what we've seen from petty bourgeois trans femmes. Well, do I even need to mention Blair White? Like they're not all like that, of course, but like a lot of them are so quick to portray the movement as soon as it doesn't suit them, and they don't want to listen to lower
Exactly.
class trans voices.
Exactly. And once again, them trying to make quote unquote upward mobility and success an individual issue, and make transphobia seem like it's a personal conflict, when in actuality it's systemic and rooted within the confines um of the capitalist socioeconomic system and superstructure. It's very fucking disgusting
It's very
as hell.
chauvinistic.
And especially when it comes to trans labor aristocrats and petty bourgeois within the trans community, how they try to co-opt, undermine, and erase colonized trans voices, while making it seem, while emboldening and bolstering white supremacist groups and reactionary sentiments within the trans community, specifically with the settler trans people, and how they basically try to fucking further divide them by emboldening white supremacist sentiments. And it's just especially fucking disgusting as hell. Also, sorry if I sound tired. I'm a little bit sick, and it's kind of late for me here. So if I sound tired, that's why. It's fucking 1 a.m. Wow.
Damn.
But anyways, yeah,
Yeah, I go at
I've
awkward
been
times.
on.
Like I started at like 3 a.m. for this, so
I go on. I've been on this call with you for, wow, 3 hours. Hmm. Fuck my eyes.
uh
But I always love talking to you, Kara. You're fucking amazing and lovely as hell, and I'm
oh,
really
thank
glad that I can be
you.
talking to you about this.
Always lovely to speak to as well.
Aw, thank you. Also, what have your comments been saying?
Oh, the last one was like commenting on the song Flashy said as a former drummer, this is a bop.
Oh, hell
I
yeah.
missed some of the other ones as well, actually. So there was the 2014 Juche document I ranted about earlier literally says, quote, the theory evolved by Marx and Engels 1.5 century ago is meaningless, end quote. Can't take any Jucheist serious. Same.
Wow.
They are a bunch of
Wow.
jokers. Um,
But the DPRK is a socialist state, right? Ugh, fucking
Sadly,
hell.
seems like many French leftists fell for Heidegger as well. Oof. Um,
It's fucking ridiculous. And like, and like, you know, and like, you know, um, like, it's just, I think I might have already told you this before, but like, once again, ML revisionists in the U.S. They need to get Castro. They need to stop fucking fetishizing Castro. Like, it's fucking annoying as hell. And similarly to how First World slash Global North colonizers use the term ultra in a racist and white supremacist context, they also do the same to the term gusano, where they fucking call Latin imperialized people in quote unquote Latin America, who are actually socialists, who don't think Cuba is socialist, or who don't think Venezuela is socialist, or so on and so forth. They fucking call them gusanos. Oh,
Gusano is a specific, like in the political sense, is a specific group of people that fucking oppose the decolonization of Cuba. It's not the same as
yep,
someone who opposes socialism in Cuba. That is such a fucking uh,
exactly. It's
ignorant
annoying as fuck.
ignorant understanding of the situation. Like it was always about them being white motherfuckers that didn't like the fact that black people would have more rights. That is the gist of a
Exactly.
gusano. Like, it's really a simple concept to grasp. I don't understand what they're missing. Like, maybe they should, like, I don't know, at least pick up Anne book before they talk about Cuba.
I
I
mean,
don't mean to
I mean,
sound like a bitch, but it's just so annoying the amount of like disinformation that's passed around by people and like
I've literally
stupid
been called.
adoption of like this supposed like imaginary shit as well. Like they make up something that sounds way better than Cuba actually is, and then start like fetishizing this non-existent Cuban socialism. It's like having a good healthcare service is not the same as socialism. I hate to say the
Exactly.
same thing they have to tell Bernie Kratz, but
Like, like,
it
like,
was a
like,
petty
like it's a
bourgeois revolution. Like it slapped Marxism on 3 years after it was done. Castro was
exactly.
supposedly convinced during the revolution, but then just completely forgot about the tag. Um,
Exactly. The Cuban Revolution was essentially an
it w-
Afro-Taino body with a Castilian head. Essentially, that's basically what it fucking was. The majority of the Cuban leadership within the party were literally fucking Castilians who didn't fucking engage in class betrayal and betrayed their white privilege. The difference between
it's like
Che
they
and Castro.
it's like they gave up their land, but then they became the government, and it's like, okay, but you just own the land again.
Exactly,
It's like
exactly.
sus.
And I find it so fucking annoying how people fucking compare Che and Castro. It's like, no, unlike fucking because
Jay
because
does come from a privileged background, but he does have colonized heritage, so it's like
exactly. But the main difference is that Che actually committed class suicide. He actually betrayed his white privilege. He actually became a class traitor. And even though he did have some white savory moments, especially with his development of folkwarism, he did actually struggle alongside and learned alongside colonized people.
I
Fidel, he
think
didn't
as
do
well,
that.
like the Cuban situation could have been a moment of white blindness to him because he didn't really oppose the problems of Castro until it was too late, and it's like
Exactly.
Giza was close
And
enough to see it, and I know he's a fucking that guy is a whiz when it comes to dialectical materialism. So I'm just like, it's a bit annoying he didn't fucking get at it sooner because it would have been such a great thing to show in people's face because everyone thinks that they were like equals and they were on the same side all the
no, they
time, and
were
it's like
not.
no, like I mean, Guevara definitely has a Foucaultism problem, but a lot of his positions are very ARML as well, so he's a complicated figure and like very worth studying. I would definitely point to that.
And unlike
Castro is not a fucking theorist. He's
Castro,
not like any he did not come up with like some new Marxist ideology. He has nothing to contribute. He's just he's just a
a petty
fucking clown
bourgeois.
ass revisionist. Like that's what
Exactly.
his existence is embroidened in
Like,
revisionism. Like he's he's just basically just adopted Khrushchevism. He's
basically.
as hollow as Tito, maybe slightly less hollow. I don't know. Like Tito's got enough space to be hollow, but the uh, you know, uh, Castro was no like hero of the proletariat. His
He
people
betrayed
definitely
the
helped people.
proletariat.
They definitely did progressive stuff for Cuba, and in ways did progressive stuff for Africa. Although actually a lot of that was in the name of Soviet imperialism, so not really. It depends on which situation we're talking about. There definitely was some like Cuban intent to get involved in anti-colonial struggle because the Cuban people were very anti-colonial. But like the the Castro government had interests in supporting Soviet interests because they were getting paid for that. Um,
Exactly. And the Soviet Union was actively using Cuba as a way to get other countries in Latin America to trade with and become neocolonies of the Soviet Union. They were essentially playing fucking chess. They were essentially using Cuba as their primary fucking way of making other countries fall into Soviet neocolonialism. And once again, every single country in Latin America every single revolution that was inspired by the Cuban Revolution in Latin America ended in failure. Every single one. Every single fucking one. like like and and it's one of those things where like Cuba needs a new revolution that actively implements Maoism, cultural revolution, protracted people's war, mass line, and that's actually led by the Afro-Taino people of Cuba. That's actually led by that's led by the people that can fully decolonize Cuba because they actually are oppressed, exploited, and subjugated by it. Can actually combat the racial hierarchy and white supremacy.
Yeah.
And it's just so annoying, especially when I get people calling me a fucking gusano for saying that Cuba is not a social state and it's actually a comprador state. And it's just like you have no idea what the fuck that term actually fucking means. Don't call me a fucking gusano, you fucking piece of shit.
Fucking what?
Fucking hell.
You just be coy of it and just be like, I'm the offspring of gusanos, but I ain't no gusano, motherfucker. Like you won't come say that to my face, like.
You want to come fucking say it to my face?
Play into the fucking like expectation of them that they think that you're just gonna be fucking like you're just gonna beat the shit out of them and then they just fucking run off. There you go, problem solved.
I literally had someone say they wanted to physically assault me because I disagreed with them that China wasn't socialist. Dead ass.
Fucking pussies, man. Like they're the type of people who go, yeah, I'll fight you, and then you fucking say it. It's like, whoa, man, whoa. It was.
They literally fucking said, well, clearly violence is the only language that people like you understand. So I have to
racism.
And I'm just like, what the fuck?
That's what I mean. It's expectations like that that just make me feel like I should just bop them in the first place. Fuck trying to be diplomatic.
Fucking, it's just. And the worst part about it is that remember that person, Kara, who I told you ended up being fascist that you were friended with, and I told you to block.
Yeah.
That was them.
Yeah, you know what? Like I must have fucking friended them like 4 years ago or 3 years ago, back when I was in Finballs. I haven't been in Finballs for ages, so I was just even surprised that they even existed. I was like, wait a second, I somewhat recognize this dick shit. They've always been a fucking weirdo though. They never really started off in a good place. Like,
oh no, yeah.
It's like, and I don't mean like a weirdo in like the oh you're strange way. I mean like their politics were strange.
Like, they've always been fucking strange. Trust me. I don't know how much you remember them or how much you engage in politics with them, but this person is
I can't even remember. Like I've done way too much marijuana between that time. No, I spoke with them like maybe a few times, and then like they friended me, I friended back, and I probably only spoke to them in Finballs in text. Like, so I can't really pattern them out as to how they are entirely, but they were annoying. I'll put it that way. But I genuinely can't remember very fine details about them. They're like just sort of, what would be the word for it? They're so minuscule, they're indescript to me.
Could have said better my fucking self, Car. Could have said better my fucking self. They, like, the shit that they fucking said is completely fucking ridiculous. Like, they literally. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that, my audio cut out. They fucking. Jesus fucking Christ, where do I even fucking begin? Well, anyways, regardless of this, those are the people that I had to deal with for the majority of the time until I met you guys in UPM. Like people like them, they were the ones that I had to deal with every single fucking day. These revisionist ML fucks fucking calling me a gusana, fucking calling me a neoliberal, fucking saying that I have no understanding of class struggle, while they fetishize, romanticize, and idealize a country they've never been to. They have never talked to anyone who disagrees with them. That they will most likely never go to these countries, and that and that they don't even have a grasp of how to even analyze their socioeconomic system and internal contradictions. They have no fucking idea what the actual internal conflicts and contradictions of Cuba actually are, or where they are in class struggle. And it pisses me off when they tell me, a Cuban person, that I'm the gusano.
If
It's
they do
fucking
want to go
ridiculous.
there though, and they're like, "Oh, I want to learn the language," maybe even move there, they'll learn Castilian Spanish.
Oh my god. Oh my
They'll go
god.
speak like they're from fucking South Madrid in the fucking middle of Havana.
If they tried that shit, they would get fucking bitch slapped immediately. I'm not even fucking joking, because the thing about Cuban Spanish is that Cuban Spanish is a type of Castilian Spanish, but it has its own distinctions because
It's
again,
like
due
it's
to
dirty Castilian is what I've heard someone call it before. It's
which is which
it's that is a shit perspective, but like that's what I've heard someone call it before, and like the way I'd look at that is flip it on its head. It's radically made Castilians not like it, and that's always a bonus. Keeps them
Yup.
away.
That's
But yeah,
like
Cuban Spanish is like much. It's divulged from like traditional Castilian, but it is a Castilian Spanish, which allows it
exactly,
to be both
and that
very elegant and very offensive.
indeed. And the thing about Cuban Spanish is that a lot of Castilian chauvinists and a lot of Castilian supremacists look at Cuban Spanish as a quote unquote inferior version of quote unquote real Spanish. So if you want to piss off a Castilian supremacist, just fucking speak to them in Cuban Spanish, and they'll go, "Oh, you speak you speak a tainted version of what real Spanish is supposed to be." I'm like, shut the fuck up, fucking. It's just fucking
If you
ridiculous.
uh, speak to them in Argentina, and if you want to get them even more annoyed, um, there's a whole meme about like Argentina and Chile, basically like either one fighting between which one is the hardest Spanish to understand. Latin American memes be like, they got it on point. Like they got some funny shit coming from out there.
You there?
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that. Just had just had to do something. What were you saying?
I was making a jest about like like there's basically like a Latin American meme that um like either Argentina
Oh
or
yeah,
Chile
I
is the
heard it.
hardest to understand.
Oh no, yeah, I heard. Oh no, yeah. A lot of Castilians like Argentinian Spanish, but it's basically just as messy as Castilian Spanish, but not as fucking messy.
I like Argentina is it adopts like a lot of very traditional sort of sounds within like Spanish. Like there's a lot more like emphasis on rolls and like what's the other mouth movement? I can't think of it. But yeah.
and some Argentinian Spanish they have the fucking lisp that Castilian Spanish has in Spain. It's fucking ugh.
Yeah, it, to be honest as well though, it seems like a really easy thing to fall into because of the ways S's are used in Spanish.
True,
Oh
true,
well,
but
S
like
sound in
like it's
general
like
with a C as well.
but like it's only really Spain that like really fucking emphasizes on the fucking lisp compared to any other dialect of Spanish. Oh, another thing about Cuban Spanish is that Haitian Creole is the second largest language spoken in Cuba. So a lot of words in Cuban Spanish are influenced by Haitian Creole, which is fucking makes Castilian supremacists even more fucking enraged. Oh, how dare you speak that quote unquote tainted language? I'm like, shut the fuck up, you racist piece of human filth.
Always a good way to litmus test if you're dealing with a piece of shit or not. You know, always be prepared.
Always be
Um,
prepared.
you never know. There could be a racist in your midst. Actually, you're in America, so there's a really good chance for it.
Oh no, I live in fucking alligator land, so I'm fucking surrounded. You
But
know,
now we're
fucking, fucking, fucking. I had this
Florida.
fucking, I had this gusano tell me once, quote unquote, actual real American patriots have that gator in them, but I'm just like, what the fuck does
The
that
Gator
mean? They have
Boys.
that.
Is this the way of trying to do like the Soviet thing with the bears that America always did about the Soviets? The Soviets, they're all like bears and stuff. It's like, shit, we've given them an animal. We need an animal. Quick. And then they just like, alligator.
And I'm just like, and
I
there's
mean,
like, we have that
alligators are
gator in us.
adorable, but like, that's the thing. When I think of an alligator, I don't think, big scary thing. I think of, oh my god, reptile dog. Let me give pets.
Oh, you would absolutely love Cuban crocodiles. Have you ever seen a crocodile gallop before?
I have seen them move quick, but I don't know whether it would be called a gallop or not.
Oh no. Cuban crocodiles are endemic to Cuba and they actually fucking gallop. Do you want to see?
Sure.
Look, Cuban crocodile. Yeah. Look at this shit. It's like the cutest fucking shit ever. Let me show you.
Crocodile Dundee Cuban edition.
Do you see it?
Wait. I'm watching now.
You know that feeling of having to rewash dishes that didn't get
Oh
cleaned?
wait, did I end it?
No, it's
Oh no,
gone.
gotcha.
I don't.
Cascade Platinum Plus
I
with
don't
double the dog grease fighting
care.
power and double the scrubbing power for a no rewash clean and a cabinet ready shine. Upgrade to Cascade Platinum Plus. Dare to dish
Yeah, this is
differently.
why I add bar.
Look.
Aww. The little goobers. Bite whitey, bite whitey.
They're fucking adorable.
Oh my god. Head pats now.
Fucking adorable.
I would make it my lifelong mission to give the crocodile head pats. They're like crocodiles.
Fucking crocodiles. They look like frogs.
They hop around like a flattened box.
They fucking hop around. But you wanna know what's the cutest part? Cuban crocodiles only grow up to be like 5 feet long.
Oh my god, this is adorable. This is an itty bitty
I
crocodile.
so like they're way easier to manage than fucking saltwater crocodiles. So like they're just so fucking cute. They're adorable.
Oh, do you know what else is adorable? Sharks.
What? Sharks are also adorable. I want to push their
Tiger
nose so
sharks,
fucking
like if like tiger sharks are known for like the eating of a lot of basically everything. They like to eat different things. Let's put it that way. But if a tiger shark isn't hungry, they ain't gonna hunt. Like sharks don't just mindlessly hunt. They don't act exactly like cats do per se. Like they hunt when they need to eat, and that's about it. And they just keep moving. They're very nomadic. Sharks tend to be as well. Like they don't tend to stick in one place. Um, and so like they actually have a very intrinsic role in the way that they involved in like uh, the wildlife inside the ocean. Um, but the sharks actually like snuggles. You can give sharks snuggles and pets, and the sharks
Aww.
enjoy it. Like it's
Crocodiles, snakes, and sharks are like the fucking cutest things ever. They're adorable.
tarantulas, but the New World ones. Well, actually, all of them, but the New World ones especially because they're really fluffy.
Like like like
Let's give the fluffy
like
tarantula
there's
pets.
something pure about seeing a crocodile gallop at you like a puppy. Like that's just fucking the best thing ever. You there?
Yeah, I was reading a comment. Hello, someone sent me here because y'all were talking about sharks. Hey, yeah, what's it? Tiger sharks. 10 out of 10 for adorability. Like, I want to give the tiger shark snuggles.
Same.
What's it? Sharks are an important topic, Rayman. You got to understand. Like, this,
Oh
this
no, yeah. Oh no, yeah. Oh no, yeah.
they
Shark.
they are absolutely like the adorable kitties of the ocean. Like,
They are, and alligators and crocodiles are like the puppies of the ocean.
oh, what's it? Yeah, no. Great whites are cute. Fucking hammerheads. Like sharks in general are adorable. I just really like tiger sharks because they're just like little. They're like little puppies.
You're
Yeah,
fucking
what's
amazing.
it? The way that they behave is quite like wild dogs. Like they hunt for when they need to eat, and they actually are really like sociable. Like everyone thinks of sharks as just like, oh, they're just this lone entity, and some of them do operate like that, but they're very smart and they're very social. And so like you can actually build bonds with sharks. People that have saved sharks, these sharks will go back to the place that they were saved on the exact day that they were saved because they've got a fucking like sat nav in their fucking brain when it comes to the ocean. It's amazing. And they'll go there to meet them and like swim with them and have head pats, and it's like, oh my god, that is just like that's so adorable.
Fucking adorable as hell. You
Crying.
you probably don't want to come to Florida then because from what I hear, a lot of people eat tiger sharks here a lot. Like they fucking cook them on the grill and everything. So you probably won't like it here.
I'll catch you later then, Incarnate, sorry. I can't.
Wait, are you
Beer
leaving
before
the?
grass puts you on your ass. Grass before beer and you're in the clear. I don't know if that's true anymore.
Oh, I was gonna ask, what have your comments said? Are there any new comments?
Yeah, there was the ones I was responding to talking about the sharks, mentioning they've left now, but they did say sharks, hell yeah. But they said for them it's every shark, which right on.
You're fucking sharks.
And they adamented that, and then they said they were called sea dogs once, which is true, and they are kind of like little puppies. Um, and the sharks are very very smart, which is
Sharks
quite
are very smart. They're one of the
fucking
smartest creatures in the world,
well, not so much like in the world per se, but they
but in the
definitely are one of the
ocean.
smartest in the ocean. Um, their understanding of the ocean, like in the way that they perceive it, is immensely intriguing. Um,
Indeed.
they don't have the social structure of, let's say, like dolphins or something like that, but they do have
Or
a very
octopus.
strong. A lot of them do have a very strong social, like existence. Like they're not just like solitary animals that exist on their own all the time. Although things like great whites tend to be like that. Um, Most sharks tend to exist in like families.
What's better? Alligators or sharks? Which one?
Ooh, sharks, but it's a hard choice. I would stretch to have both, although probably not like make sure like saltwater alligator, so we're not like anywhere near um fucking what's it bull sharks because they're assholes. They're still cute, but they are actual assholes. They like to munchy munchy, and I don't want a munchy munchy.
Sharks are the fucking best. I don't know if you heard what I said earlier, but I said that in Florida, a lot of people eat sharks, especially tiger sharks. So you probably wouldn't like it here.
Well, they're gonna now they must be fed to the rest of the sharks. We must return the favor. I'm having my fucking what's it? I'm having my God, that fucking character from Despicable Me. I'm having my him arc. Fucking shark feeding. They gotta eat something. Turfs. Ah, we have a solution to to bad parents because that's basically what most turfs are. Just like failed mothers. Ow. Oh yeah, I actually still miss some stuff from earlier. So like Lefcom's claim Gramsci sometimes no. Um Caleb with his leather jacket Mein Kampf lol. Gaddafi with his gold chains. Flashy said Millet plans to dollarize Argentina's economy and shut down the central bank. That would just allow Argentina to end up being more centralized by like another empire. Like central banks are just like, what is it with the fascist opposition to central banks? It doesn't make any sense. Like they don't really oppose it. They just want to change how it works. It's like they want to just make sure it's like a private entity, but it's still centralized. Because what are you gonna do if you just decentralize capital? Like, oh yeah, well, we're gonna decentralize our capital. It's like, well, you're just gonna fucking decentralize like the thing that gives you your power. No, you're not. You lying cunt. Like, that shit has always been a mythological equation. Like, it just doesn't make sense.
Exactly. How the fuck are you going to decentralize your capital? You get your capital from exploiting the fucking masses that you have fucking manipulated and convinced that fascism is the road to liberation. So how the fuck are you going to
The end of the day,
decentralize?
these types of moves lead to even more like stricter policies that allow for imperialization of the country. Argentina is in a situation where its relationship that it would want is not that of, let's say, like Yemen. It's more of that of like um, China when China started allowing the West to imperialize its workforce in the Cold War. So it's like it's taking its steps to try and do what was known as Workshop of the Worlds. Workshop of the
All right.
World. Sorry, I made it sound fucking science fiction. Then well, we've got a fucking good story going there. Workshop of the World, and there's the like Lenin talks about this in Imperialism. It's like the main like instigative process of building up a mass amount of industrial capital to utilize as finance capital. Like it's an intrinsic development or relationship of rising imperialist countries, and Argentina is a regional imperialist of South America, so they do have that interest, kind of similar to countries like India. Um,
Indeed. I want to I want to oh wait, I just remembered what I was going to say to you before. Oh right, about 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 racism and racial hierarchies and white supremacy. Before whiteness was a thing, was a thing. Racism in Europe as it started to develop in the racial hierarchies. It was essentially just ethno-fascism, where one ethnic group was considered quote unquote superior than one quote unquote inferior ethnic group, and that's basically what it was until whiteness came into the equation as the Americas were being colonized and were being colonized by the global north and by the different European by the different European capitalist imperialist societies.
yeah,
I think I think in the very I think in the very very beginning of the colonization and settler colonialism of Turtle Island, There were some feudal societies left doing that, but then after capitalism started to come around during the 15th century, it was essentially capitalist states doing it instead of feudal ones.
What's it? That'll be semi-feudal in most cases still.
Semi-feudal. Yeah, they were semi-feudal, but they became capitalist imperialist.
Yeah, I mean Argentina has advanced into way beyond its semi-feudal position, even though it still has certain conditions that could be considered to that regard. Um,
Mm.
it's developing like empire in its region. Its fascist period during the Cold War. I mean, to be honest, Argentina's pretty much been fascist for like ever at the moment. So it's like already differentiating too much. They've not had a very good time of politics. We'll put it that way. But during the genocide that was being enacted in the middle of the Cold War, that was a move of supremacy, and like we've seen this happen in America. We've seen this happen all over the place in certain colonies. It's a push forward to take a more dominating position within your situation and within your environment, within your society, and like the interacting societies around you. It's a step towards imperialism. Like,
And specifically when it comes to Argentina, whenever there is a revolution there, obviously it will be led by the indigenous and Afro people of Argentina to lead to the struggle of decolonization.
yeah,
I need to know more about the history of Argentina and the different indigenous groups in there.
Argentina is one of the whitest, if not the whitest, of American settler states.
Oh no, yeah, it definitely is. It's definitely the most. It's definitely composed of the most settlers for sure. It was it when it comes to when it comes to the settler colonialism and imperialization of quote unquote Latin America, Argentina was definitely the one that was the most you could say successfully imperialized compared to all the others.
Yeah, it's it was one of those places that were a big regional advantage point and became a bit of a Spain's version of the United States, where a mass
Essentially.
amount of white settlerism occurred there, and well, white settlers want to go do more genocide. They want as much land as possible. They,
Exactly.
the
For the sec-
bourgeoisie just want what they want. They fucking so like if they need to keep the peace by doing genocide, they'll go that way. If they want to take land because of genocide, they'll go that way. It like anything that they can do that can get the workers and the people that they're enslaving to get their profits, they're gonna do it. Like the bourgeoisie and colonialism is brutal as all live in hell. Like it's it's where you start to see what you would call, from what we saw in Europe during World War II, fascism as just the norm. Like the domineering lack of fucking any form of actual what's the word, fucking democracy. This weed's good, man.
Indeed.
My brain's a fucking mold. But the
Kara, you're gonna love this. Yeah, I already fucking told you. I already fucking told you about how some fucking revisionist ML shithead told me how Ireland is the China of Europe, and I'm just like, that makes no fucking sense. Like, the fuck does that even mean? I fucking remember I told you that in that fucking statement. So fucking because like they were in their typical fucking distorted and warped sense of what socialism even fucking is. They said that Ireland is the quote unquote only true AES state of Europe. just like how China is the quote unquote only true AES state of Asia. I'm just like, shut the fuck up, please. Oh,
Yes, Brezhnevism. Brezhnev being someone that China definitely got along with very well at all and wasn't eliminated by them fucking himself 4 or 5 times.
definitely.
They literally like fucking they act like Brezhnev's government asked the U.S. for permission to nuke China 4 times.
4 times. Like, come on, bro. But the the USSR was still a socialist state after 1956. Really? You still want to fucking say
I
that?
mean, shit was getting pretty bad before Stalin died anyway. Like the
Oh
church
no, oh no.
coming back, like they like you know with the church coming back, the thing that a lot of the like fucking like stereotypical like chauvinistic wannabe, quote unquote ML types. I won't tell you that like um uh what's it? They won't tell you about the patrons of the church and all the other stuff like that. They'll just treat it like the religion was just allowed back into society. No, 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 no. It was essentially reinstated as a state religion, and like it gave power back to the patriarchs of the church. That was a whoopsie. So yeah, like that allowed Russian chauvinism to shoot, and that created the counter revolutions, like backing essentially advanced it more because then there was this increase of Russian chauvinism, and the Russian chauvinists that were hiding in the Bolsheviks all along got to fucking rear their ugly faces.
Exactly. The main goal of revisionists is to change the relation of production of it being in control and in the hands of the proletariat and its allies to it being in control of the bourgeois and the ruling class to restore the state back onto the capitalist road through distorting, warping, and twisting what socialist transformation and construction even fucking looks like, and to trick people into thinking that going back to that quote unquote going back to capitalism is the pragmatic road or doing X thing is actually necessary to go back to socialism to go back to socialism and basically making socialism seem as if it's only social welfare, giving fucking imperial loans, neocolonialism, etc., etc. It's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, it is. It's fucking disgusting as all living hell.
They're fucking stinky.
You're a bit fucking stanky.
Disgusting. You're fucking awesome,
Bloody
Kara.
terrible. It is. It. I think this originates from the word of piss.
I had someone fucking describe revisionism and cultural revolution fucking beautifully. You wanna know how they fucking described it?
Guam.
They said revisionism and combating bourgeois thought is like looking at your own piss. The longer you stare at your piss, the piss starts staring back at you. The point is to acknowledge the piss and try to fucking wipe it away before it gets stare back at you. Fucking beautiful. Fucking beautiful.
Oh god. It's just this like image of a guy who got like obsessively caught up with staring at his piss in a bucket. And his
It's
mom
official.
warned him that this addiction will get him nowhere. But to hell.
I fucking love that
And then
that
one day the
that
piss stared back at him.
fucking
The
that's
the
that
crush
that
the Khrushchev experience.
that taken back revisionism. You acknowledge the piss and fucking and eradicate it before the piss starts staring back at you and controlling your thoughts.
If there was one thing fun that the Soviet government did do, it was when they kicked Khrushchev out. It didn't improve anything. It was just funny to see him go. Like, the man couldn't even do his job properly. He got in trouble. He kept pissing off the rest of the government, and the government was essentially the bourgeoisie at this point. It's complicated, really complicated relationship. Private property didn't really exist. So the bourgeoisie had massively been growing out of the petty bourgeoisie in the state. It's another way of capitalist restoration that doesn't necessarily involve privatization. You actually wouldn't necessarily ever need to privatize. You could actually run the system through this, and it'd still just be a capitalist system. It's just the bourgeoisie have conglomerated. They're still going to compete. Like, you can stick them all under
Exactly.
one roof. They're not going to fucking all get like all get along very well. Bourgeoisie
Exactly.
individualists, no matter how much you unionize them. So that's why we
Exactly.
saw
They'll
the
do.
Soviet Union get sabotaged, because what do individualists want? They want private property. So eventually they will just sabotage it. But technically speaking, capitalism can run like this and it'll still be the same oppressive piece of shit system. It'll just be conglomerated, like in the way that the bourgeoisie run the system, which happened with the Soviet Union. Um, it's you could argue it's a much more social democratic way, but not really. You could form the most devastating form of fascism in this regard, and it would still work how it's functioning. Arguably, could do it better than like divulge capitalism, because you could probably get more working together rather than working against each other. But capitalists don't do well in that environment. They like to compete.
They like to compete, so that way they have no competition anymore.
It's like, oh wait, you can build those things for that cheap? Well, I can build them even cheaper. And they probably
Yeah, I
haven't
can
even got
beat
a
the.
design yet to build them cheaper, and so then they force their engineers to spend like fucking days trying to figure out how to make the thing cheaper, or weeks or
They
months.
force. They force their engineers to fucking stare at their piss too long. Fucking hell! I swear that's how you combat bourgeois thought. You stop staring at your own piss. You gotta stop.
You gotta at least have a little bit of a look.
You have to acknowledge the piss before you can get rid of it. You have to acknowledge it, but you can't just leave it because it'll start stinking up the place.
Stinky up your brain.
It'll stink up your brain. It'll rot your brain, and then it'll start. Once it starts staring back at you, it'll start controlling your brain. The point is to uproot. The point is to uproot and purge your own piss through criticism and self-criticism and theory and praxis. I have never fucking said that before in my entire life. Purge your piss.
Purge your piss.
That, that sounds like a fucking punk rock and roll band. I'm not even going fucking lie. That sounds like a fucking rock and roll band. Purge your piss.
It does sound like it sounds like oi punk. Thinking about that, I need to
Fucking hell.
piss.
Just don't let it stare back at you. Be careful.
I gotta at least take a gander.
But how are you feeling, Kara? How are you feeling?
Absolutely dreadful, but I'm good at hiding it. I'll be right back.
Gotcha.
Shit.
Hey, Kara.
So, like, with the topic of today, like, well, yesterday for me now, and it's probably yesterday for you as well now, is that around the world, like, there is a rising violence. It's causing a lot of, um, you know, massive trauma to complete murder, um, and everything in between. It's, it's a rising crisis that is shown in many, many places around the world to have an intrinsic tie with the rise of fascism. We see on all around the world these fascists calling for genocide, essentially. That's their goal. And so, like, these days where we're remembering for the people that are lost, a lot of it has to also come to what are we gonna do to change this shit? Are we gonna keep allowing this shit to dominate and grow, or are we gonna combat this rising fucking violence? Because if we don't organize, if people don't come together and build up these groups, these solidarity functions, and street organizations, what are we going to be doing? What, we're just going to flip and flop as fascism rises? Have people been looking at the way the political scene has been going in, like, the Anglosphere or the Latinosphere or Germanosphere? Like, in the imperial countries and in the colonized countries is where I imply as well in this regard. Fascism is on the up and at 'em, and it is coming pretty fucking fast. And so we need to be understanding that while they have this uh, this ascertainment that they want for a monopoly on violence, they don't have a monopoly on people's minds and people's ability to relate and understand to us. So taking a path of solidarity and us coming together us coming together and standing against transphobia, racism, classism, and bringing these things all together, misogyny, like struggling, what's it? Struggle is something that we're lacking in a lot of places at the moment, and it's something that is incredibly necessary for us to be able to actually get anywhere with our movement. We can't just keep essentially sitting on our laurels. Like, it's nothing is gotten done by people that sit in the towers of aristocrats and you know fetishize their immediate and extensive access to knowledge. Like,
And give lip service to class suicide. Like those people are not going to be the ones that are going to lead a revolution or lead a class struggle. It's the lumpen, semi-proletarian, proletariat
I mean,
people
there's gonna
who
be
are.
many people that from that class that could. There's always the people that could class traitor and be another person of the respects of Stalin or Lenin. But it's
Oh,
like
definitely.
it's the fact that there's people from that class that have that expectation because those people were like that and try and equate that to them being like thinking and operating like the petty bourgeois, and it's like uh, that is not how that works. Like, for someone of that class, like the traditional intellectual, they're having to mold themselves into proletarian intellectuals, which involves learning a lot about proletarian culture and standards and understanding the existence in which we embrace in, and like, having a connection with the people, like, and actually engaging and learning directly from the people and not in a fucking like detached and like disconnected way. These processes are just like, to be honest, I feel like pretty standard affair for being a Marxist. I think the fact that anyone gets antsy about this stuff usually ends up being a sign of them being sus. Like, a lot of white people will call it charity and stuff, and that is an alarm bell, like fucking
Oh no,
dog
yeah.
whistle.
Oh no, yeah. Some people even fucking call it volunteerism.
It's like
Jesus
shit,
fucking
like
Christ.
fucking what is so bad about starting soup kitchens and stuff? Like, I don't know what their problem is with this. Like, it's good shit. Like,
They've stared too long at their piss, that's why.
like some of the most radical conversations I've had was when I was homeless and I was fucking like eating at free to eat places. Even going to a lot of it having to go to churches to do it because they basically were the only group that were doing like go free food spaces. Um, the congruency of churches in my town have actually been somewhat like caring towards the homeless, so like I will give them credit on that. Like, most of them were pretty
That's good
decent
at
with us
least.
and didn't push Christianity on us, so that's also interesting. um
That's good at least. The churches here in Florida are, well, I mean, I don't think I have to explain. It's fucking Florida.
yeah, like,
But
there's definitely certain people in these churches that are a bit sus, but like that's just like Christianity. There's always something
that's
sus going on.
that's just whitewashed Europeanized Christianity being whitewashed Europeanized Christianity.
Roman Christiana.
Um, but yeah, the way they were going to radicalize people, the way they were going to combat all the contradictions of capitalism, the way that we are going to to increase class consciousness and elevate, educate, agitate, observe, and participate the masses is by meeting them where they're at materially and psychologically, providing for their material conditions and material needs, adapting our ideological and political line to the masses, investigating with them, struggling alongside them, being a part of their material conditions. And once we're able to understand what their needs are, once we have met them where they're at, once they see that the vanguard gives a fuck about them, once they see that things will have to be this way, that dialectical materialism and scientific socialism is an objective and concrete way of moving human development forward, then they will participate in our organizational structures, then they will engage in the revolutionary activities of the party, then they will adapt the ideological and political line of the party, then they will implement
It
and apply dialectical materialism to their communities. We just have to meet them where they're at. We have to engage in mass lying. We have to engage in cultural revolution. We have to engage in grassroots movements, survival programs. We have to meet them we have to meet them where they are at. And we have to especially radicalize and incorporate the most oppressed sections of our communities into the movement, because how else are we going to combat queerphobia if we don't incorporate people who are oppressed by it? Ableism, racism, misogyny, and when it comes to becoming a class traitor, it goes beyond just colonizer people giving up and betraying their white privilege and becoming class traitor. No, it goes farther than that. It goes to cishet men giving up their queer phobia and toxic masculinity and their privileges. It goes to neurotypical and able bodied people giving up their ableism and whatever privileges they have. It goes to any person who is privileged under capitalism to betray their class interests, um, uproot whatever bourgeois ideology they view when it comes to oppression, struggle alongside the oppressed. Everyone, to some extent, has to become a class traitor and betray bourgeois thought and privilege. So yeah,
Yeah.
all power.
To return this to the
Topic, right?
yeah, I will say, like, the movement pushing on requires struggle. We can't just be mouthpieces for things like,
Right.
Palestinian protests should be a good example of what needs to be pushed forward, because
Oh,
there is
definitely.
an attempt of the right to commit trans genocide, and it is getting incredibly fucking terrifying. And so
Especially in Florida.
something
Especially in fucking
really
Florida.
needs to be done about this, otherwise we're fucked.
And
And then we
especially when
can
it
do
got
something about this, because most people in the public don't really tend to hate us. But the problem is the right keeps stirring shit. Eventually, something's gonna stick. Throw enough spaghetti at the wall, and you will find some strands that are wet, probably from your sweaty hands, because you've been throwing dry spaghetti at a wall like a fucking dipshit, thinking it's gonna stick to the wall. But
but I get what you mean. And especially when it comes to Florida, the shit that we're seeing in Florida right now is the shit that we're gonna be seeing once fascism takes full state power in the U.S. If we don't get our shit together.
Florida, the testing ground for American fascism. We
Oh,
can thank the
definitely,
Republican
definitely.
Party for their dedication to basically doing what the Democrats used to do 110 years ago. Why did they switch? The switch position thing always kind of weirds me out with them. They're both basically the same person. Like,
They're basically it's basically basically take two shitty people, right? Completely shitheads, and switch their names. That's basically the whole fucking switch party thing. Like they still both serve the bourgeois. They're still puppets. They're still
the thing
puppets
is it doesn't make
of the
sense to me
capitalists.
that people link it to Roosevelt when Roosevelt was a fiscal conservative. He was pretty much a Dixie.
Pretty much. So yeah, I don't really care when it comes to the whole switch thing.
It
Regardless, both parties serve the
it's a
same
mess.
interests.
Everything about these two parties is a mess. At least their names are easier to fucking deal with. They had some funny names. The Democrats are the Whigs.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
oh
the
god, the
fucking
British had the Whigs
the
as well, as they.
the Republicans and radical Republicans. Ugh, fucking hell. Um,
I mean, what's it? As much as their revolution against the British wasn't very radical, their fight against the fucking Confederacy was.
I mean, the whole thing. I said this before, and I'll say it again. The whole battle and the whole quote unquote American Revolution, when it came to combating the English, the English, it was essentially just a bourgeois conflict. It was the
Yeah, it
settler
wasn't even a proper full
bourgeois.
bourgeois revolution. If anything, the bourgeois revolution did happen with Lincoln. Like,
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, definitely. Um, the whole fucking American Revolution. It was literally just the settlers wanting to be the sole benefactors of the settler
yeah, they
colonialism
wanted to
and
be a part of the British
imperialism.
Empire, but they wanted to be like the East India Trade Corporation, where they're their own little entity as well.
Exactly. They wanted to be the sole benefactors of settler colonialism. Uh,
But yeah,
Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
yeah, I can. Yeah, they're basically their want was to basically get. They wanted to remain a client of the British Empire, but they wanted to be able to get that advanced position that they could get from being their own corporation, and being their own corporation. Or well, company is the term that is used in Britain. Corporation is more of an American term, but because of them being a company, they could then do that shit independently and not be under British rule, only be under British declarations and deals and whatever parameters are put over them by them. Basically wanting neo-colonialism. And they were actually
Essentially.
neo-colonized by the British for a while, funnily enough.
But yeah, but
Britain neo-colonized the Confederacy and used it for slave labor.
even when it
And
came
after
to
America formulated into one, the British exploited America's want for industry and used America as a workshop of the world's for their production when they started exporting it.
literally, and even when it comes to the Civil War, and I tell this to people time and time again, the Civil War was not one side did slavery and the other side didn't do slavery. Both sides benefited from slavery. The fucking North had cotton mills, for crying out loud. It was a settler conflict between the industrial bourgeois in the North and the semi-feudal slavers in the
Yeah,
South.
must be
And
key to know that when we say there's a progressive thing to it, it's just that they were doing capitalism more. Like, like that's all that changed.
exactly,
They were all
exactly.
white supremacist dick shits that hated black people. Lincoln wanted to send black people back to Africa. That was his. That
Oh
was his
yeah,
shit.
he wanted to. Did he want to send them all back to Libya? Wasn't that a thing? He wanted to send them all back to Libya or some shit like that.
Just they all come from Libya all of a sudden. Thanks for the insight of
Exactly.
what Caleb Maupin says is supposed to be the great intellectual Lincoln.
You know what's fucked up? You know what's fucked up? Even if there wasn't a sink, let's say,
Even if they
let's
actually
say
all
that,
did
like,
come from Libya, it'd actually still be fucked.
exactly. But like, let's say that Lincoln did somehow manage to send every single new African person back to Africa, right? Even if there wasn't a single new African person in the U.S. would still benefit from the exploitation, oppression, subjugation of those new African people due to their colonialism of Africa. So either way, it wouldn't have fucking changed anything. They still would benefit from them either way.
Well, actually,
Nothing
what
would
they'd
have
end up
actually
being
fucking
is they'd
changed.
end up being an oppressed group in Libya because they don't speak the language. They're not from the place, so they very quickly become an oppressed minority.
Ugh. But 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 I mean I exactly as you were saying the the industrial capitalism in the North, it's progressive, not in the sense that not in the sense that it was like ethically progressive. Oh no, they were both fucking white supremacists pieces of human filth. It's progressive in like the literal fucking sense, like it's moving forward. It's moving class struggle forward and the socioeconomic system and superstructure
Essentially trying
forward.
to eliminate the semi-feudalism of the system.
Exactly. It's capitalism taking new stages. It's literally like the literal term for progressive, not like the ethical term or the not the ethical term or the yeah, essentially not the ethical term, just the literal term.
It is kind of funny that they called Britain backwards and then left just before Britain was about to do the Industrial Revolution.
Indeed, I find that funny.
We're going to be more advanced capitalists than you. Builds a semi-feudal
But
country with like essentially a lord system, but they didn't call them lords. I can't remember what they called them. America, fuck yeah.
coming a day to say a
Everyone,
motherfucking
some
day,
people that tell you that America never had any feudalism is kind of lying because it did. I mean, it literally had
Indeed.
slavery, so like, already right on in there. Like,
Exactly like the U.S. Before the Industrial Revolution and before the Civil War. Because mind you, when I say When I say the semi-feudal slaver class of the South, when I say they were small, I don't mean they were small in the sense that like they had no power. No, I mean small in the sense like they were being monopolized by the industrial bourgeois because that's literally the whole thing. They wanted to monopolize their industries and transform the mode of production into a more industrialized capitalist mode of production, a more assembly line for a production because you can't maximize profit. Because you can't really maximize profit in the fastest and most efficient way possible through a slave mode of production. You just can't. It's way too slow. You need an industrial mode of production in order to get that level of profit and that level of commodification and privatization in the fastest way possible. So that's literally all it was. It was literally just the semi-feudal slavers being pissed off that their fucking class was becoming extinct, and so they form a fascist. They formed they formed a proto-fascist state of their own to try and combat the industrial big bourgeois because the Confederacy was literally a proto-fascist state. Not only that, but similarly to the westward expansion, the Confederacy were planning on having a southward expansion and colonizing the Caribbean and Latin America as a whole.
Yeah.
So they were really planning on having a southward expansion. It's fucking wild. Bakara, I would love to take you to Cuba someday with me. You would fucking love it.
Hell yeah.
You okay? Sorry if I talk too much.
No, you're alright. I'm eating crisps.
Fuck, I'm sick. I was worried, but yeah, I'm fucking sick. I could tell. The roof of my fucking mouth already feels funny. Thankfully, I don't have school, and I have quote unquote Thanksgiving. Fucking hell! I can't wait to fucking hear my Gusano family members talk about oh how fucking Castro took all their fucking enslaved Afro Dino people.
Everyone's celebrating Thanksgiving. We are celebrating Thanks-taking because Castro is a prick.
You're telling me that I can't be thankful that my grandfather had enslaved people? What do you mean? That's my right as an American. I've literally heard people make that fucking talking point, and I'm just like, oh my fucking.
Richard Spencer moment. Like, why can't I be proud of them? They did good things. It's like, oh my god. Okay.
Sure. Keep on telling yourself that, buds. Keep on fucking telling yourself that. I'm curious, Kara, because I've talked to Neil about this before, but is it true that Cuban Cusanos are similar to the Irish Loyalists in Ireland?
Yeah. Irish loyalists have a high tendency to be Scots-Irish settlers.
They're and similar to Cuban Gusanos, they've essentially become assimilated and are psychologically colonized to the point where they don't even know what Irish culture is and they just portray a whitewashed, fetishized, romanticized version of it instead of what actual fucking Irish culture
Yeah,
is.
but they
Same thing with Cuban
intermingle it with
culture.
British colonial culture. So like and this is mostly led by like so Scots Irish to explain that. They're Scottish settlers that settled. It's a little like program the English and the Scots come up with as a way to colonize Ireland. Um and that's been like a core element of like the power basis in Ireland and the like oppression that's been going on over there. It's been a very Scots Irish and Anglo domination over the region. But yeah, no, Gusanos and loyalists have a stride in common.
And when you combine them together,
No, you don't mixing this much piss and shit at the same time, you'll get bad results.
oh no, yeah.
You might blow up something.
The universe might fucking explode.
Because with these two like orange cunts, like loyalists, Gusanos, the piss and the shit is gonna be so toxic it could be explosive. That's the thing we've got to be careful of.
They will literally kill each other. They'll stare too long at their piss, and their piss will have too much shit in it.
And Catholics versus the Protestants. Yeah, even though the Church of England technically does accept people that believe Catholic beliefs, it's weird the way it works now. It's
Indeed,
not
it
quite like
is.
that with the Irish settlers.
Oh, fuck, I'm
Well,
sick
sorry, with
of
the
this.
Scottish settlers. Same person. The Irish
Indeed.
settlers in America are a different issue. Some people call them fake Irish people.
Mm.
And that's because they behave like Brits.
They're psychologically colonized and d- and due to FDR's New Deal, they were accepted into the racial hierarchy and given whiteness and white privilege to further divide and conquer the proletariat, and keeping Irish people, Jewish people, and so on and so forth from uniting and building solidarity with one another. That's especially in places like Chicago, where a lot of Irish and Italian gangs were given privileges and were funded by the state, funded by police, funded by the mayors, and so on and so forth to further divide the masses, embolden and bolster white supremacist groups, and um, to further the gentrification of communities, and and stigmatize them.
Absolutely.
And it's just fucking disgusting.
Yeah. Sorry, I got a mouthful. Yeah, that shit's fucking nasty.
Also, by the way, I'm curious. When are you gonna end the stream, the live, whatever?
Whenever I'm pretty like, we already lost the topic enough, but also talked about it a fair bit. So I don't know, like, end it sometime very soon. I'm in a crisis at the moment, so I'm not very well thought out.
It's fine. I 100% understand. Ugh. I fucking hate being sick.
If you haven't got any water, I'd get some water.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get water. Okay, now.
Yeah, it's important to stay hydrated, but don't overhydrate when you're feeling
Right.
sick. It's a really anxious situation to be in, but just like hydrate enough, but don't like slam it down you too quickly.
Right.
Because when you're
How many
sick,
cups should I?
you'll dehydrate quicker when you're sick. If it's like, especially if it's something like a stomach bug or anything like that, or food poisoning. That's a really bad one for that too. I will get every bit of the crisp.
Ooh.
I have just demolished 5 packets because I'm a greedy cow. Bit of a piece of shit. What's it? As I said at the start of the stream, in times where rising aggression is occurring, the best way forward is unity. Coming together and standing against this, bringing people into the struggle. So, like, uniting with our struggles is very important. The trans struggle with the threat against people's lives that's ramping up, as well as our involvement in other struggles. Like, we have to be supportive of the struggle against racism and struggle against misogyny in general. These things all have an intersection with the class struggle. And the fact that a day like this has to exist, well, yesterday now, because I'm late as always, but the reason a day like this exists is because there is a commonality of people being assaulted and murdered and everything in between. On and it's been getting worse, and the oppositions to us have been getting more militant.
Indeed.
So we need solidarity. We need united struggle. People need to be willing to go out there and get involved and engaged with such a struggle. These matters need to be brought to the front light, not being highlighted once every now and then on the weekend news, but much more brought into perspective. We really need to we really need struggle. Like, we can't just keep expecting things to shift off if we like, oh, let's vote in the nice guys. They'll solve the problem, and then we can just continue complaining about how bad they are as well, but not actually engage with the proletariat on it. You know, like this matter involves us actually being like, okay, obviously it'd be better to get the guy that doesn't want to do an active genocide, and that's a bit fucking like no shit Sherlock, but at the same time it's like that's not a complete situation either. That little advantage, because eventually those social fascists are gonna go bad when you start fucking rebelling, gives you a window to organize, gives you a window to engage in mass struggle, unlike the outright open fucking right you know, the militant fascist who would just exterminate us. That's really like a core element to the political matters right now when we look at like how law affects the struggle for trans rights. But you know, as with all matters as well, there is a heavy amount of fucking colonialist shit that goes into this. There's been all sorts of different formulations of trans culture all throughout history. And colonialism, still to this day, is trying to wipe out those different cultures through cultural genocide and through mass extermination. These are elements of peoples that they want to erase, make everyone appear within the confines of white cis heteronormativity of Europe. So like,
Indeed, and it's very important that we bring up that it does not matter how much privilege you fucking have within a capitalist imperialist society, you're not safe. You're not protected. Privilege is a timetable. It's an hourglass. And the moment you're no longer exploitable, the moment you can no longer be used to uphold white supremacy and the contradictions of capitalism, the moment that you are unable to have your labor extracted from you, you're discarded, thrown away, and treated as if you are nothing.
I mean, even as well though, for like, because like the petty bourgeois are ones that are well known for betraying people in this regards. We can see that with a lot of different groups that have been under threat genocide. If they betray them, they could still end up being genocided. Like, it doesn't really fucking save them at all. And like, what is it? Like, I had something else to say and I've forgotten it because I'm a bit stoned, maybe a bit drunk. I'm droned.
I'm droned too.
I had something really good to say, and I minced my words and got really annoyed with my words not coming out the way I wanted them to, and then I got getting annoyed about that made me forget what I was gonna say next. Neurodivergency, go boo. And that my brain has just been melting anyway. Stress. Oh god. But yeah, no, there is like a massive intersection in the trans struggle that kind of gets ignored. Everything gets made about white trans people, and it's like most trans people in the world probably aren't white. Like,
Exactly. And like I've said before many times again, the oppression that colonizer trans people face will never amount to the oppression and exploitation that colonized trans people face because of the racial hierarchy and white supremacy. which
Yeah, it
is
all
very
depends on
important.
intersections in that regard. It's like
Exactly. It depends on
lumpen
intersectionality.
proletarians and lower semi-proletarians tend to share a very similar existence to more lower class minorities. But most typically, that's not the norm. That's actually kind of an unusual phenomenon, technically speaking, for the way that class society works. Like, well, it's not unusual for the way class society works. Sorry, for the way that like we like culturally perceive it. Like, what was the way I was thinking? Um, like American society culturally perceives itself through this lens that, like, in the lower sectors of society, and this actually does influence a lot of white supremacy against black people in the lumpen, but that they just be vicious with each other, and so a lot of white people that do fall in there, they have that mindset instantly that it's a dog eat dog world. I gotta be vicious. They're gonna be vicious with me. Um, and what's it? That shit is just like complete bogus, and like opposing that bogus. What was I gonna go with that? I had something really good. I don't know. I'm too. I'm fucking up my own fucking philosophical ramblings because I'm stoned. I need like a typist to keep track of what I'm saying. I can talk while typing, but only kind of. I could learn it better, and then I could just type what I'm saying while I'm talking. That might not be a bad idea. I don't know if I'm up for it though. My motor skills aren't the best. They're good when they fucking want to be, but it's not very often. But, not very good at this. Fucking ending them is something I'm just not very good at all. I, it's a skill I have not yet mastered. It's like saying goodbye. I never. I take a while. I take a while to say goodbye. It's
Completely understandable. I'm here for you, Kara. I love you.
oh, me too.
You're amazing.
I guess I push back and say that a lot of people might consider that questionable.
Well, you're amazing to me, regardless.
But yeah, because of that, I'm also not very good um at um at stopping streams either. Sort of just struggle to find my place to go. Maybe it's time to say goodbye. I don't know. All of slushing all over the place. Um,
Like I said, don't try and push yourself
oh, what's it?
too hard or anything.
Sometimes you gotta give a push, and I probably do need a push. But the fucking what's it? I'm just like not even sure how I want to end it, and I'm like getting really like stuck in different thoughts about it when normally I would just act.
End the live or
Yeah, yeah. Stroom.
Um,
What's
do you
it?
usually say a speech before you end it?
I don't know. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. It sort of just swings and swings.
Hmm.
Um, I don't know. Um, um, a message for good health. Do not stick toothpaste up your ass. But the
Do you want
fucking
me to do you want me to say a speech of mine? Remember that thing that I wrote? Class struggle was then is now.
you can if you want.
Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, my ears. Jesus. I feel a bit better. I had a banana and that made me feel better for some reason. Dies. You still there, Kara?
Yeah, I'm just binge eating.
Right on. Ah, Jesus. Well, hey, just know that I'm here for you. We're all here for you, and it's always a pleasure talking to you about politics, about struggle, about whatever. It's always a blast.
Oh, thank you. It's
And
good talking to you about it too.
and I'm just glad I know you and I have you in my life.
Oh, I'm happy to as well. It's always great to find fun family. we're not really getting anywhere with this stream anymore. So I will say, um, good
Oh,
night.
right, I fucking forgot.
Um,
Oh, sorry. So what you were saying?
I was gonna say good night or good day to everyone that's been watching. Been a long stream. Unfortunately, I didn't remain on the topic very well. I need to do what's it? I'm trying to get ADHD meds sorted from the mental health team. Well,
I
it's
would
actually
love
a
to get
different
ADHD
team
meds.
now, but once I get them sorted, I want to write scripted videos a lot more, and I want to try getting into it now anyway. So I think a more scripted video on like the importance of trans struggle and the differentiations and like how we can engage in that struggle would be pretty good shit. So that's definitely something that's on my radar. I still haven't even finished or like really got anywhere. I've done a bit, but I haven't really got very far with the script I was meant to be writing about compradorism. Um,
Ooh, yes.
yeah, I need to research Gaddafi so I can talk about him in great detail because there's just a lot to talk about with Gaddafi. Gaddafi is like the
Um,
playboy fascist. Like guy guy supposedly made socialism and then became a billionaire. It's like, aha, yes, this is what communism is, says Caleb Maupin. It's like, oh wow, motherfucker, Jesus. But yeah, um, United struggle moving forward. We need to get involved with organizations more. I'm starting to try and push myself to do it, and I still haven't had the operations I need to get myself up and running. I think people that are in a much more fortunate situation have more of an anti to like get involved, like don't just throw yourself at anything, but like get yourself involved in organizations more than just Marxist ones as well. Popular like movements and stuff like that that are emerging. Get involved and get a voice in there that is showing the a much more radical and a much more like directly addressing points. Or sorry, a more directly assessed position on the situation and stuff like that. Bringing that forward, that is what's it can be much more enticing to people that are already taking to a more radical perspective on their existence in capital. Getting involved in these organizations can not only pull people over to Marxism, but can also aid in the important role of protecting minority groups and other groups that are struggling in these regards. Um, Struggle is about organization. It tantamount that is tantamount to what struggle is with Marxism. So we must be organized. You know, we need better parties to emerge.
we need organic intellectuals. We need to elevate, educate, and agitate the masses. The whole point of organization, the whole point of organizing, the whole point of building revolutionary activities, our ideological and political line, theory and praxis, is to elevate the masses until they are as knowledgeable or even more knowledgeable than us, so that way they can lead their communities. And
Yeah, that's why
when it
like the
comes
position
to
Stalin held was that like the Communist Party should become an advisory after socialism has been like implemented because then like the Communist Party doesn't need to be involved in government anymore. The people can do that.
exactly the whole point is to educate the people so that way they can lead, so that way they can be organic
Yeah, because at
intellectuals
the
and
end of the day, we
organic
believe our
leaders.
positions are scientific. That's like a core part of Marxism. Anyone that believes otherwise is like telling themselves porkies. And so, like, when we're looking at it, we're looking at the perspective of like, you know, how does this like scientific develop, and like, what does this instigate for the truth of the matters of these relationships? So, if someone takes to the scientific education and they learn not like an imperialized one. They learn like what's being taught within the socialist education system about these uh what's this this these
Class
structures.
oppression, class struggle.
Yeah, they're gonna follow by those positions. That's what they're gonna have been taught.
Exactly. We have to make our own educational schools, our own schools of liberation, our own culture. That's the whole point, to create a new society, a new mode of production, a new relation of production, new social relations, a new culture, and so on and so forth,
No staring at
to
piss.
transform society and to not stare at your piss. You gotta acknowledge your piss. You gotta combat your piss, but you can't let it stare back at you, because if you let it stare back at you, it'll start controlling. It'll start controlling you. Fuck.
The piss mega mind.
That's what bourgeois thought is. You gotta stop pissing at yourself and start pissing at the enemy.
Bourgeois thought, sponsored by buckets of piss. Piss buckets for your home. Use them in your living room. Use them in your kitchen. Maybe even use them in your bedroom. Have you ever wondered why there aren't letter trays for humans? Well, now you don't have to. Here's that piss bucket.
I had the same dude describe how to combat bourgeois and criticism and self-criticism, but it's like it's far more fucking nasty than the piss analogy.
Amazing.
You wanna know what he fucking said?
Go on. Oh
He
god.
said, combating bourgeois thought through criticism and self-criticism. It's like trying to catch yourself before you shit your pants. You always gotta be worried, because if you for even 1 second let your guard down, you're gonna fucking shit your pants. Fucking hell! I don't. Jesus fucking Christ!
Yeah, you don't want to shit yourself. It's not a good idea. Wouldn't
You
advise
don't want to shit
anything.
yourself. You don't want to shit your pants. You don't want to. You don't. You don't
Maybe
want
just a
to let
little.
bourgeois thought. Maybe just a little, So you got to shit yourself a little, so that way you know how to prevent it. So that way you know what
Is
shitting
that the
yourself
reason why
feels
men's
like.
ass is always dirty? They're just like slightly shitting themselves for a display of dominance.
It's it's their way of practicing dialectical materialism and scientific socialism. You won't understand. Fucking God. But yeah, we have to struggle with each other. We have to incorporate and analyze how all these contradictions are interconnected, interlinked, how they relate to one another, how they are a unity of contradictions, how they are used to divide and conquer us, and um and struggle alongside, be a part of, and and fight with the people that are oppressed by these different secondary contradictions of capitalism, and engage in organizing, implementing dialectical materialism, the principles of Marxism, and um and applying our ideological and political line with their guidance alongside us.
Yeah.
I love you, Kara. You're amazing, and you're one of the greatest comrades I've ever met in my life.
Aw.
I
I'd
mean
say
it.
you're awesome.
You're amazing. You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
I've never been on a tram before, ever. I wonder how it feels.
It's like being on a train, but more cramped.
I'm
Yeah.
fucking sick. I feel a bit better.
End the stream here. If I can get my mouse on the other side of the thing. So yeah, no. Catch y'all later. We'll fucking. I need to.
Don't share your
I'm
piss, y'all. Don't
going.
share your piss.
I'm in a crisis at the moment, so my streams are gonna be a bit fucking janky lately. Um, you know, I'm not holding together very well, so I'm doing these things quite haphazardly. I should hopefully get something out on Palestine soon, either the protest video or another stream. Who knows? But otherwise, I'm probably gonna be quite absent because I just got a lot of shit going on, and I still have things to sort out in regards to the big situation that's stressing me out to all oblivion. So yeah, see y'all later. Bye. Red salute.
All